Hey guys, welcome to HTML crash course for absolute beginners. So if you are watching this video, then you already know what exactly HTML is and why is it important to learn HTML. HTML is not a programming language, it's a markup language. HTML itself stands for hypertext markup language, right? So just make sure that you don't mention HTML whenever you are asked what programming languages do you know. I see many developers confuse it, like especially the beginners, they tend to say HTML, I know HTML whenever they are asked what are the programming languages they know. So just know this, that HTML is not a programming language. HTML is a markup language. Markup language in the sense it tells the web browser or your web page how to structure the whole content, how to structure the different types of content on the website. It's just like if you assume web page is a human body, then HTML is a bone, right? How these bones determine the structure of our body. Same way, HTML defines the structure of a whole web page. And how the muscles or hair color or our skin color determines the look and feel of our body. Same way, CSS is the look and feel or color, styling and all those things are determined by CSS for a web page. And the motion or our energy or let's say our clothes, whatever apparels we wear on our body, same way JavaScript is for web page. We can do many stuff with JavaScript. So this is the difference, HTML, CSS and JavaScript. But when you start learning web development, HTML is the basic thing that you need to have, you must learn before getting started with web development. Or I can say this is the first step when you are entering into the world of web development. So once again, HTML stands for hypertext markup language, and it's extremely easy. We will cover all the concepts of HTML after this crash course. You won't be you will not have to refer any other websites or any other courses online, at least to learn HTML. You'll be completely proficient with HTML, and with lots of exercises and references, I'll make sure that you get this right in the first place itself. So how this course is structured, I have created around let's say 26 chapters over here, right? Code editor, paragraph heading, links. These are all the topics, these are all the chapters that we will be covering. Right now we are recording this HTML introduction, and slowly we'll cover from basics, from starting with code editor to 26th HTML, advanced HTML, how to type HTML with short codes and all those things. So yeah, we have structured this very neatly, covering all the aspects of HTML, and we will go through each of them one by one, and I'll make sure that every chapter is easy to digest and it is presented in the most simplistic manner. So yeah, thank you very much for watching. Have a great day. We'll see you in the next video in the second chapter, right? Thank you. Hey guys, welcome back to GWiz Academy. So in our last video, we have seen a brief introduction about what is exactly this HTML. And in this video, we'll move a little forward and write our first HTML code. Before writing HTML code, we need to understand that to complete this whole course, you will need an environment over here. Actually, to write HTML, we don't need any environment. We can just directly write on just Notepad. This is a random HTML file created on fly, right? So you can just write anything over here like this and click on file and save it as an HTML file, my code.html, and save it as Just make sure that you add this .html extension and click on save. What it will do is it will create a file, HTML file for you. That's it. It's as simple as that. This is your first HTML code. Congratulations. And if you click on this, what we see is this is the random HTML file. This is the first web page that you have created in less than 10 seconds or less than 5 seconds, we can say. So, this is not a correct structure to write any HTML code, but this is how simple it is to write HTML. But what if I want to go ahead and edit this code? I can't do that. I can't go ahead and edit it. Once I have saved it in HTML format, I cannot edit it. I just need to create one more file and save with the same name, and it should replace it. If I need to change anything, I can just change anything, but what I need to do is I need to again save it as the same file, my code.html, and it will ask me to, do you want to replace it? I need to click on yes, I want to replace it, and only then here on our browser it will get changed. So this is not a best practice. What if we want to write 100 HTML? We need to change 100 times. We need to change 100 files. So this is not a right way to do. So what we do is we download a code editor. We download and install code editor. We don't need any servers or databases here. We just need a simple code editor to create our HTML files and manage it. So for that, what we will do is there are several code editors out there. There is some options are like first option is Notepad++. Notepad++. It is simple to use and free, so you can go ahead and download it and use it. Or else you can use Sublime. You can download and use it right away. Simple, straightforward. You can click on this button and download. You can click on this download notepad and get started. But for this HTML course and other future courses as well, I'll be using VS Code Editor, Visual Studio. So VS Code, it is not compulsory that you need to use this code editor itself. It is completely optional for you, right? So I'm comfortable with this, and our future courses will also, in our future courses, I'll be using the same Visual Studio Code. So I'm using it from here itself, so that if you are taking the future courses as well, you should not get surprised, right? There are so many functionalities in VS Code and it is completely free, so we can download and get started. So I have downloaded it, I guess. So let me, already I have downloaded. You can simply click on downloads and the download will get started. Click on save. And if you see, I have downloaded already. All right, anyways, let me wait for the download to get completed. Okay, let me go ahead and download it. Let's wait for the download to get completed. You'll be redirected to this tutorials page. You can go ahead and watch this, read this tutorial. But I don't recommend you to right now to go ahead and read these tutorials. No, it won't make any sense, or you won't understand, and you'll get overwhelmed, and it's okay. They are not needed as of now. Just follow these tutorials, okay? And then click on this. Close these tabs. Okay, so this license agreement, so I don't think I'll have to teach you how to install any software. This is just a Windows software that you just need to click on next and it will get installed. Just make sure to check these two boxes. These two boxes are optional, but these two, third and fourth, are necessary. And then click on next, install. Perfect. So click on finish. And launch. So as soon as the editor gets installed, so as soon as it gets installed, you will see something like this. Just wait a second. Okay, you will see some screen like this. Okay, so there will be some welcome screen or some welcome screen. So what you need to do is don't get overwhelmed by these options. What are all these options? You don't have to know it, and if you know it, then that is perfectly fine. And what we need to do is minimize this and go ahead and create a folder on your desktop or wherever, whichever secure place you want. You can create a folder anywhere, right? And I'll create my HTML course, right? So whatever we will be practicing from here onwards, you need to create a HTML file, one HTML file for every chapter, right? We'll be having 26 to 27 chapters over here, or more than 26 or 27, around approximately 26 to 27 chapters will be there in this course. So what you need to do is you'll be creating HTML file for every chapters that we'll be learning. Whatever you'll be learning in that particular chapter, you will practice it after watching the video, right? So for that, we'll be using this particular folder. The same thing you need to do. You need to install VS Code and then create a folder wherever you want, create a folder, and whatever will be working, we'll be creating new HTML file within this folder. So you don't have to go ahead inside this folder and create a new HTML file every time, okay? So what you need to do is open this VS Code and click on this files and click on open folder and select that particular folder. Go to your desktop and wherever your particular folder is located and select that folder and open it. As soon as you open, you will see something like this. This get started screen, you can close it. And the folder in which we are working right now is this one, my HTML course. And you don't have to create files manually by going into this particular folder. All you just need to do is, we'll not leave this code editor, right? We'll stay here itself. We'll do all the actions or perform everything within this code editor. We'll click on new file and we can say, let's say chapter 1 or chapter 2. This particular is chapter 2 and this particular video is chapter 2. Like, let's say code editors, code, or you can just say chapter 2 code editors .html. Just make sure you write this extension .html, else it will consider it as a normal document or text file, right? So we don't want that to happen. We will be writing .html as an extension and click on enter. As soon as you click on enter, the file is created, and if you go here and see, the file has been created in this folder as well. So where is chapter 1? Chapter 1 was introduction. You can create and keep it, and you can write the summary of chapter 1 in that particular file, and chapter 2 you can write here that what we can write, code editors are best practices to write HTML. Options are, so if you click on enter, it is creating some kind of tag. It is an HTML tag. Don't worry, you will understand it very soon. You just need to okay, leave it. So, and what else you can write? Code editors are Notepad ++, and then what else? Sublime, and the best option is VS Code editor, right? So these are the three options, and click on Control Save, right? Perfect. So now first HTML file has been created and we can see it, and this is how we install code editor. But this is not the right way to write, this is not the correct way to write HTML. So but you need to understand how to start writing HTML in a right format. Maybe that will be a long video, so we'll do one thing, we'll discuss that, the structure of HTML file, the ideal model of an HTML file in our next video, right? So thank you very much for watching. Have a great day. I hope you understood how to install a code editor and set up your dev environment, right? So thank you very much for watching. Have a great day. We'll see you in the next video. Thank you. Hey guys, welcome back to GWiz Academy. In this video, we are going to learn about HTML structures and HTML tags. What is HTML structure? See, from now onwards, whenever you see or try to read any HTML file, you will find a similarity. You will find a similarity in a structure, or let's say a flow, that every HTML file in the whole world will follow the same structure. Structure in the sense, as if in a human body we have skeleton, that is same for every human being. The same way HTML also has its own skeleton. The skeleton of HTML is what we call it as a structure of HTML file that we need to follow. On top of it you add CSS, on top of it you add JavaScript, on top of it you write PHP code or Python code, whatever it is to make it functional or more dynamic or whatever it is. But the basic fundamental, the basic structure of a HTML file remains the same. And that is what we are going to learn in this video. Before you write any single word in any HTML document, what you need to do is, first thing, you need to start with this angle bracket, add this exclamatory and type doc type in caps, right? So what does this mean? It means document type. We are telling the browser or any other machine, operating system which is running this file, on which this file runs, that whatever we will be writing below this declaration is an HTML file. How? We will be adding this statement called as angle bracket open, exclamatory and doc type HTML and close this angle bracket. Now what we did, we added a declaration. We call it as a declaration. We added a declaration stating that this particular document that we are going to create now is an HTML file, right? Then after that, what we need to do, what exactly we are writing? HTML file, right? So start this angle bracket and add HTML, close this angle bracket. See, as soon as you close this angle bracket, one more, the set of HTML and this / will come here. So what does this mean is, so basically in HTML what we call this as, it's a tag, right? HTML and angle start from angle bracket start and angle bracket close. This is a tag, and there are two types of tags again, start tag and end tag. This is a start HTML tag, this is end HTML tag. What is tag? Tag in the sense whatever we write inside this angle brackets. So this is HTML tag because we are going to write whatever we are going to write inside this tag is called as HTML. The first thing is document type declaration, and the second thing is start HTML tag, close HTML tag. And now whatever we write outside this is not HTML, and whatever we write here is HTML. Right? Perfect. So now if you understood till now, then here inside HTML start and inside HTML close tag, what we need to write here is, the first thing is head of a file, head, and we will have body tag. This is head tag and this is body tag. Is it simple? That's it. This is the structure of HTML. That's it. Yes. So let's revise once again. Here, so basically what we are adding is a series of tags, right? So whatever we will be writing, whatever code we will be writing inside this tags, or we'll be making use of this tag. This tags is what you will be seeing throughout this HTML course. You will be familiar with it. You don't have to memorize anything. You just need to remember this syntax, right? Start tag is what this is, and end tag is this one. How do you identify end tag? Whenever we write something inside a tag and add this forward slash, then it is called as end tag. This is start head tag, this is end head tag. This is start body tag, and this is end body tag. Similarly, this is start HTML tag, this is end HTML tag, and this doesn't has any end doc type tag, right? So it won't have. There are some exclusions as well. Every tag in HTML will have start tag and end tag, but some tags won't be having any end tag, or we can say closing tags won't be there. So we will be exploring those those tags that doesn't have closing tags as well. But for now you need to understand that this is a declaration that we are doing so that the browsers or crawlers or any other machines that is running this particular HTML file that we are writing now understands that whatever is being written below this statement is an HTML file, and this is an HTML start tag, this is HTML end tag, right? Inside this start and end tag we are going to write head start and head close, and then body start and body close, right? So let's go ahead and save this as of now, and then this file name is ch3 HTML structure and tags. So you understood HTML tags. What exactly is HTML tags? Tag is this one also, body start, body close. This is two HTML tags. This is head start and head close. This is also two HTML tags. They're not different, but they're part of same element. So we'll see what exactly is element in our future videos, but for now you need to understand HTML tag, start tag, close tag, and then we write head start, head close, and body start and body close inside the HTML start and HTML close. Now you just need to make it like this. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it, and let's see how does it look on our front end. Or let's say this is the folders. This is the folder where we have all the files. You don't have to worry about these things. These are already recorded. Right now I'm recording this third chapter, so slowly you will understand how we have created all these chapters as well. So now if we open it in our browser, you don't see anything over here, right? Why? Because we haven't added anything. we have added these things. These are not visible in front end. These are not visible in the front end, but we will make it visible. We will make something visible. So inside this body, what we will do, so let's remove the space from here and remove the space from here as well. Now inside body we will write something. This is the random text that we need to see in our web page. This is how web page is created. Any web page will have this doc type declaration, HTML start, HTML close. Inside HTML we will have head start, head close, and then body start, body close. Inside body is what every content of that particular website goes. Whatever you need to show it on the browser, in the web page, that should be written within this body tags, right? So this is the random text that we need to see in the browser. So let's save it and go back here and refresh. See, this is the random text that we need to see in our web page. Perfect. So whatever we will be writing over here is what we will be seeing. So here we will be creating navigation, header, footer, or images. We can add whatever sliders or any other web page, whatever you see on the website, right? Everything is written inside the body tags, start tag and body close. Here is where you always write. Here is where the code is written. HTML file code is written, and we will explore all those things in our next videos. Next, in the sense, in our series of videos, we'll be seeing that how to use this part of this HTML file. But for now, you need to understand whatever content we add in our HTML file, we need to add it inside the body, right? So let's save this, go back and refresh, right? Perfect. So here we can add images, or we can add buttons or contact forms or whatever it is. Whatever we see here is what is written inside the body tag of a HTML file. Now, what is this head tag used for? Head tag is used for many different things, to add meta details or SEO details, keywords, descriptions, and much more. But the basic thing that you need to understand is, I'll show you. There is a tag called as title. But before that, you can see here on this tab, if you can clearly observe here, that this is a path of the folder that is being displayed right now. So it doesn't look nice. If you see here, there is some Google Sheet opened in my other tab, and we have a neatly displayed title of that particular tab being displayed here on the tab itself. This is called as title, right? Title of this particular web page should be displayed here. But wait, have we added any title for this web page? No, we haven't added any title. So how do we add? We need to add title by using a title tag called as title, start and title close. But make sure you don't add this title tag inside body. Inside body, we don't add title tag. Instead, we add title tag inside the head, start and head close. Within this, we need to add title. So this is HTML title. And now if I save it and go to my web browser and refresh it, this is HTML title. So what I'll do is I'll add something related to this. Chapter 3, HTML structure and tags, right? If you save it now and let's refresh, and now as you can see, this is chapter 3, HTML structures and tags. So now anyone who visits this page will understand, okay, this is something related to HTML structure and tags. Whatever is being taught or displayed in this web page is related to chapter 3. This is for ease of reading, or it's for our convenience, right? Even for crawlers or SEO purpose also, this is extremely important. So what we learned in this video, we learned what is HTML structure. What is HTML structure? We need to the sequence of HTML tags is what is structure of HTML. So what is the structure? First we do a declaration, and then we do HTML start and HTML close, and then we have head start and head close, and then we have body start and body close. These are all tags. How to identify closing tag? Closing tag, we start with this / before the text we write inside the angle brackets, right? So whatever we write inside angle brackets becomes a tag. And how do we identify closing tag? We'll add this / and it becomes the closing tag. Some tags will have closing tag and some tags won't have the closing tag. This is what is the HTML structure. And now whatever goes inside the body is what we see inside the web page, and whatever goes inside the head is not displayed in the web page. But for title purpose, to add title, this is not a web page, this is the web page, this is the tab. Inside tab we can display the title of a page. So how do we write title? We use title tag, chapter 3, whatever the title is the web page, and then we close the title, right? So title tag has to be added inside the head tag, and whatever we add inside the body, it is displayed in the web browser. I might be repeating so much, but I want this to sink in your brain. So you don't have to memorize anything, you need to understand it, you need to use it as a reference. You don't need to by heart or memorize anything here, right? So just understand, first thing what we are doing, we are declaring what type of document we are going to create, and then we are starting the actual document, HTML start and HTML close, and then we just have two parameters, head start, head close, body start, body close. Just imagine a human body, head and body, right? So inside head we add details about the document that is not being displayed on the web page, actual web page, but inside the body if we add, it is going to be displayed in the body inside the web page, right? So this is what I wanted to explain in this video. So we have clearly understood what is structure, what is tags, and there are going to be so many tags that we are going to learn in this course, right? There is paragraph tags, we'll be having heading tag, we'll be having table tag, we'll be having image tag, and so many tags. We'll be exploring one by one. And then we learned how to use title tag, and because we are using code editor, it does like title tag, and then we understood why we use body and head, right? So perfect. So, and one more thing is we use head tag for several other purposes, for adding some extra detail about this web page that we are going to create, like meta details or author details or keywords, SEO keywords, and so many other stuff that are not going to be displayed directly on the web page, but it is important as far as SEO is concerned, as far as browser to understand about more information about the document, right? So anyways, we'll explore those things in our later videos. For now, this is more than enough. You just need to understand the structure, what is tag, what is start tag, what is close tag, how to add title of the page, and why we use body tag, right? So for more details, we'll be diving deep into each tags and other details in our further videos. For now, this is it, right? So I hope you understood. If you have any questions, please ask, and do practice this HTML tag, HTML structure, doc type declaration, HTML start, HTML close, head start, head close, body start, and body close, right? Do practice this multiple times so you don't have to memorize anything. So thank you very much for watching. Have a great day. We'll see you in the next video. Thank you. Hey guys, welcome to HTML Crash Course for Beginners powered by GWiz Academy. Alright, in our last video we have learned completely about HTML structure, how to properly structure our HTML code, how to start writing HTML code, right? So now in this fourth chapter, let's go ahead quickly, create our file ch4 underscore. What is the topic that we'll be learning in this video is headings, right? .html. Perfect. So whenever we see any, okay, so before that let me close all the other. Perfect. So right now this is the opened in editors, and this, yeah. So this is, in this video we'll be learning about headings. Whenever we see any website or any web page, we'll be seeing there are several types of headings, right? What you know till now is heading and a subheading. There are two types of heading, but in HTML we have around 6 headings. So what are they? Before that, before testing any heading or writing any heading or something, first thing that we need to do is we need to write a basic structure of HTML. So how to write? Start bracket, exclamatory, doc, type, space HTML, right? And then for me it is showing suggestions. If for you it is, if in case that is not showing any suggestion, just go ahead and type it. No, don't try to use any shortcut. Bracket open, exclamatory, doc type, space HTML, bracket close. Okay, and then HTML start tag and HTML close tag, and then what else? Head start and head close, and inside head we will be having a title, title start, title close, and the title should be chapter 4 heading. Okay, and then coming inside, coming after the head, after head what we have? We need to have body start and body close. Perfect. So inside body, if you click on save, if you go to this folder over here and we have this heading, if you click on open, you'll see there is nothing because we have nothing inside body, and that's the reason we don't see anything inside this web page as well. Let me just simply close these other tabs so that to avoid any confusion. Yeah, chapter 4 heading. Why is this being displayed? This is being displayed because we have clearly mentioned inside head we have added a tag called as title and chapter 4 headings, right? And inside body we have nothing. So here in our last video we have understood what is p tag. P tag is nothing but paragraph tag to mention that this particular thing is paragraph. So here we will learn what are headings. Okay, in this video. Save it and let's see. Perfect. So if paragraph is mentioned or determined or called as p tag, then heading should be referred as h tag, right? That is the logic. H tag, h start and h close, and this should be the heading. If you click on save and go here and let's see what shows up. This should be the heading, but it is it doesn't look like heading, not even a paragraph. It just looks like plain text that we used to write when we started this course. It is unformatted and it shows very badly, right? So why is that so? Because there is no tag called as this, just h tag. Yeah, so there are h tags in HTML. We have around see how many tags we have: h1, h2, h3, h4, h5, h6. We have around 6. So you need to mention which h you are referring to. I am referring to h1. So to clear confusion, let me just delete this completely. You need to tell H1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 and then close it, close H1 tag. Okay, and here you need to write this is the biggest heading. And now if you save and go to our browser and see, this is the biggest heading. Now our browser is understanding, okay, so this content is what is called as H tag. This is H1 tag. This is not H tag. This is H1 tag. And what happens? What will happen if we write H2? H2. This is a bit smaller than H1, right? So H2 start, H2 close, save it and go back here and let's just refresh. As you can see, there is a difference in size of this particular font, right? This particular text is bigger and this particular text is a little bit smaller than this particular H1. So let me just name it here. So this is the biggest heading and is H1, or else we can say this is the biggest H1 heading, and this is the H2 heading, so that we can identify from the front end as well which one is H1 and which one is H2. This is the H1 heading, this is the H2 heading, and then same thing, bracket open, H3, this is H3 heading, or you can write anything, blah blah blah, and then save it and see. This will be a little bit more smaller than these H2, H1, H2, H3. So based on the requirement, we use H1, H2, H3 wherever needed. So generally what we knew till now is there is a heading and there is a subheading and there is content, that is nothing but paragraph. These are only three things we knew, but when learning HTML you now know that HTML understands 6 different sizes of heading, and then there is no concept of subheading. There is a concept of heading, that are 6 types of heading, and then we have paragraph. This is a paragraph. So let's go till H6 and see what and how it looks. H4, this is H4 heading, H5, close it, this is H5 heading, and then H6, close it, this is H6 heading, right? And now if you save it and let's go back to our browser and refresh it, see, this is H1 heading, H2, H3, H4, H5 and H6. H6 goes bolder, it is a bit thicker, but it is smaller than paragraph itself. I think this H4 matches with the paragraph, but again, these looks like these are from H1 to H6. The fonts are different, but all the text is thicker. What we call in HTML is font weight. Actually, that is a technical term, but we will see that in later videos when we learn CSS. But now, for now, you need to understand this is a bit bolder font, right? So these are the H tags, heading tags. How many heading tags do we have? We have around 6 heading tags. What are they? H1 start, H1 close, H2 start, H2 close, H3 start, H3 close, H4 start, H4 close, H5 start, H5 close. So whenever a tag starts, it should close also, right? So whatever we write inside it, it will be considered as H1 element. If this is called as H2 element, this is called as third H3 element, this is called as complete from start to end, this is called as H4 element. If someone asks you where is the paragraph element, you need to show it. This from here to here is a paragraph element. From here to here, this is H5 element. From here to here, we have title element. Element in the sense the start tag, close tag, and the content within. So from start to end is called as element in HTML, right? So where is the HTML element? From here, start tag to close tag, and whatever the content inside is HTML element, right? So now I think you have slowly started understanding how to write the structure of HTML. What is title tag, what is H tag, what is P tag, what is head tag, what is body tag, and what is HTML tag, and what is doc type declaration, right? So till now you should be extremely proficient, and practice again and again and again and again. In our next video, we'll come up with more tags. We'll learn more things that we can do. So right now, what you can do is you can create any HTML file and add a title to the page, and add heading to the page, and add paragraph to the page. But in our next video, we'll see more advanced things. What else you can do with this particular page? You have started creating website. This is actually website itself. So a full-fledged website will have more components, more elements. So we will be one by one exploring those elements, right? So if you are getting confused anywhere, please ask questions and practice it again and again. And I hope it is clear by now, because I'm not trying to make videos short. I'm trying to explain it repeatedly again and again and again, so that it gets into your head and it becomes clear as much as possible. And once you practice it, it just will fit into your brain for permanent, right? So now we understood the HTML structure, we understood how to add title, we understood how to write headings, and we also understood how to write paragraph. Okay, till now this much should be clear. If you have any questions, please let me know, and go ahead and practice it till chapter 4, and we'll see you soon in chapter 5, right, with one more tag or one more interesting functionality that you can add it to the web page. So thank you very much for watching. Have a great day. We'll see you in the next video. Thank you. Hey guys, welcome to HTML crash course for beginners powered by GWiz Academy. So in our last video, we have seen the structures, how to write structure of HTML, what are the tags involved, head tag, body tag, title tag, paragraph tag, heading tag, and document declaration, obviously. And now in this video, we will learn how to create links. See, whenever we visit any web page or anything, you might have seen once you click on some part or some text, it takes us to some other website or some other page of that particular same website, right? They are called as links. How to create that links? To create that link, there is a term called as hyperlink. In HTML, we call it as a hyperlink, right? So how to create that? What is the tag that we use in HTML to create that sort of links between two web pages? Let's see that now. So let's go back to our code editor and quickly go ahead and create a new file called as ch5 underscore links.html, right? Perfect. So here again we need to start from the document declaration. This is compulsory thing, exclamatory and then doc type space HTML, close it, and then start HTML, close HTML, and then inside that we need to write head, close head, and inside head we need to write title. What is the title of this page? Chapter 5. What is that we are learning? Hyperlinks in HTML, right? Okay, and then inside After head, what is that? What we need to write? Body. Okay, after head, below head, head closes here and then body starts. So under body, inside body, what we need? We need, let's say we'll copy content from our previous chapter, that is chapter 4. Let's copy this thing. Let's copy heading and paragraph inside our, because it is completely blank, so let's have this content over here. Let's see how does it look. If you go here, chapter 5 links, and if you open it, it is same like the last chapter 4 itself, right? So let's go ahead and modify this. Let's remove h2, h3, h4, h till h6. Let's remove this, and let's learn how to add hyperlinks to our web page. Save it. Let's go ahead here and refresh and see. Let's learn how to add hyperlinks to the web page. Okay, we will learn what are links. So based on your logic, just assume what can be the tag name. So you might say the tag name must be link, something like that. Start link and close link, something like that, right? If you are thinking so, then you're absolutely wrong. So in this version of HTML5, this is not a tag. This cannot be considered as a tag. Not even li. Even li, there is a tag called as li. We will be learning about this li later on. This is not link. Generally, people confuse link tag with this tag, li tag. This li tag stands for list, not links. And that's the reason we try to say it rather links, we should call it as hyperlinks, so that you don't confuse this hyperlinks with li. So what can be the tag? The tag is a tag. What is it? A tag. A tag is nothing but anchor tag. Anchor tag is nothing but, as a name itself indicates, it gives you an anchor so that once clicked on that you can go to somewhere else. Anchor tag start, anchor tag close. Whatever we write here, this is the link text. Let's save it and see in the front end what is that it shows. This is the link text. Okay, so this is a link text, but it doesn't look different than paragraph text, and also once clicking on this it doesn't make any sense. It is not taking us anywhere. So what is the additional details that we need to pass? The additional detail that we need to pass is inside this start a tag, anchor tag, start anchor tag. What you need to do, go here inside this and write. See, if we are trying to add a link, this is a text that can be shown in the front end. We need to exactly tell the document where exactly you want me to take you, right? So how to tell the browser that when someone clicks on this particular hyperlink, where you should take? For that we have an attribute. We give additional information. Whenever we give additional information to these tags, a tag, p tag, h tag, that they are called as attributes. So first attribute that we will see here is href attribute, and you just need to type href space bracket, comma, double comma, and then inside this you need to mention the URL. If not URL, at least mention dummy link, pound symbol. This acts as a dummy URL. Just save it and just let's see, refresh. See, this this looks like a link. If you click on it, it doesn't work. It doesn't take us to anywhere, but still it looks like a link. It doesn't look like a paragraph or a heading, right? So this is important. As soon as you add href attribute, you're telling the document or browser that this is a link which has to redirect to this particular URL, and URL is a fake URL. This is a pound symbol. We have just used pound symbol. So what we need to do, let's add something HTTPS. Let's add our website here, GWizAcademy.com, and let's save it, https GWizAcademy.com, and let's go back here and refresh. And if we now click on this link, it will magically take us to a third-party website which is online. It is taking us to a GWiz Academy website, right? Isn't it interesting? If you don't have internet connection, or if your internet connection is not working right as of now, it won't. To test it, you can try to connect to internet and see. It will take you to, you know, let's say, take me to GWiz Academy. Okay, and same way, let's create one more link, A start and A close, and inside A we will, okay, so before writing any attribute, take me to Google. Same way, you can type anything, take me to Facebook, or take me to Instagram, or any other websites that you know. Now after writing this, let me save it and go back, and if you refresh, take me to GWiz Academy and take me to Google. So there is one more tag that I want to show you. After this A tag, add one tag called as BR. BR stands for break. Okay, break the line. So what happens here is it adds a new line. If you refresh now, see, take me to GWiz Academy, take me to Google. So this close BR /BR /BR. That's it. You just need to add this thing wherever you think you want a new line. So this first link is take me to GWiz Academy, take me to Google. So Google link is not working. Why? Because we haven't added href attribute. Href attribute is nothing but the URL address to where you want to redirect that particular link. So let me go ahead and add href equals to comma, open comma, close, and then https google.com. And now if I go ahead and save it, and if I go refresh, and if I click on this, take me to Google, perfect, it is redirected to google.com, right? Isn't it magical? We will be learning so many stuff here. So now, what if there is this one thing that you are observing? There is the first attribute that we learned is href, and there is a second attribute. Okay, that attribute I'll tell you in the next video. So what is attribute? Attribute is nothing but the additional information that we pass to the particular tag. It can be either p tag or h tag or a tag. For a tag especially, href is a compulsory attribute. A tag is a link. It will create an anchor, but you should tell where that particular anchor should lead you to, right? That is the main purpose of anchor. That's the reason href is a compulsory attribute of a tag. Okay, so in our next video we will learn about one more attribute that we can pass on this particular a tag. Okay, in our next video we will learn that. So till then time, thank you very much for watching. Have a great day. Go ahead and practice this chapter, and we'll see you in the next chapter, right? Thank you very much for watching. Have a great day. Yeah. Hey guys, welcome to HTML crash course for beginners powered by GWiz Academy. So in our last video we have learned what is hyperlink. Okay, so for hyperlink we used a tag called as a tag. Where is that code editor? We used a tag called as a tag. A tag in the sense anchor tag. We can, from now onwards, we will not call it as a tag, we will call it as anchor tag. Alright, we use anchor tag for hyperlinks. Then just using anchor tag doesn't work, because we need to specify what URL we want to connect that, we want to link that particular anchor tag, right? So for that we use an attribute called as href attribute. Using href attribute we can specify what URL you want to connect that particular text. But there is one thing that I want you to observe here. As soon as we click on this particular link, this particular tab is getting changed to this particular new website. And again I had to go back, and again if I want to go to Google, I'm clicking this Google and I'm just going, I'm just leaving that particular file behind and going to this Google, redirected to this Google. But many times that should not be the case. I don't want my visitors leave my website. Rather, if I click on GWiz Academy, it should get opened on a new tab. If I click on google.com, it should open on a new tab. I don't want my visitors to leave my website and go to the other website, right? That is not what I want. If someone asks you that, then there is one more attribute that you can pass into this anchor tag, that is called as target. Okay, so as soon as you type target equals to comma, open comma close, and inside there we have 4 options. One is blank, self, parent and top. So right now I'll show you underscore blank. If you type underscore blank inside the target attribute and save it and go back here and refresh, and if you click on GWiz Academy, just a minute, in which we did, okay, we added target blank to Google. So we'll copy that, we'll add target blank to GWiz Academy as well. Go back again here, refresh so that the things gets updated, and then let's click on GWiz Academy. Okay, this is not saved. Let's save this file, go back here again, refresh. Alright, now if you click on GWiz Academy, it will be opened on a new tab. And again, if you click on google.com, it will be opened on a new tab. People can still stay here, right? My website is safe. They are just redirected to a new website on a new tab. So by default, what was happening is, as soon as I click on this particular link, this particular tab was getting changed into this particular new websites. But I don't want that to happen. I don't want visitors to leave my website, close my websites. I want my visitors to just go to that website and see and then come back here, right? So in that case, I will use one more attribute called as target attribute. Inside that, I will pass a value called as underscore blank. So there are other options as well. There are other options like underscore self or underscore parent or underscore top. Now it is your assignment that you tell me what is the difference between underscore blank, underscore parent, underscore self and underscore top. You test it and tell me what happens, what will happen if we use each one of them, how the page will be opened, right? Right now I'll leave it with underscore blank, means it should open on a new tab. Okay, new blank tab. The link should open in a new blank tab. And the purpose of this particular video chapter is to tell you that this thing is new, right? These two things are new. Till now we learned about tags in HTML, but now we are slowly learning attributes inside the tag. Attributes is nothing but it passes additional information to the basic HTML tags. So here we learned two attributes. First attribute is href attribute, second attribute is target attribute. What is the motive of href attribute? The motive of href attribute is to tell the browser where to redirect as soon as someone clicks on this particular hyperlink. And what is the motive of this particular target attribute? It is to tell where to open it, where to go and where to open, how to open, right? How to open, should I open it in the same tab or a new tab or a new different complete parent window? How you want to open the link, that you need to define it. And yeah, this is what I wanted to convey, that there will be many other attributes as well. We will be slowly exploring every one of most of them, right? So you should understand what is tag, what is attribute, what is element. Element is everything from start to end, and attribute is something that passes additional information to the tags, and tag is nothing but based on the roles like anchor tag or paragraph tag or heading tag. Based on the requirement, we use tags. So this was the chapter 6. We understood what is attribute. So let me go ahead quickly create chapter 6 underscore attribute .html, and what I'll do is I'll copy everything from chapter 5 to chapter 6, and I'll change the heading to we see two attributes of anchor text, and title I'll change to attribute of anchor tag. It's a anchor tag, chapter 6. So we will learn what are attributes and how to use, when to use, right? So let me save it. And chapter 5 also, let me quickly save it. Okay, chapter 6, right? So we learned two attributes. First is self, and second is the first one is href and second one is target. So href decides which URL address you want to take the user, and target attribute says you how you want to show it. Self, in the sense by default it will be self itself. By default it is self. You don't have to mention the target attribute. By default, as soon as you click on any particular link, it will open in the self same tab, right? And if you write specifically mention target blank, then it is like we are saying that we want to open that particular link on a new tab. Okay. So first is href attribute and target attribute, right? So I hope you understood what is attribute, and there will be many other attributes as well. Don't worry about it. There is style attribute, there is class attribute, there is ID attribute. So many things we will be learning slowly, one by one. Okay, so by now you should be very comfortable understanding what is attribute. Whenever I refer the term attribute, you should understand what exactly attribute is, what exactly tag is, what exactly element is, what exactly the structure is, what exactly anchor tag is, what exactly paragraph tag is, what exactly heading tag is, right? So that will happen only if you keep practicing after watching the video. So go ahead and practice writing again and again HTML, again and again. Just write something, dummy text or dummy paragraph or dummy headline or dummy tag, dummy links, create dummy targets, and also tell me what is the difference between these parameters. Target underscore blank, what will happen? If I write underscore self, what will happen? If I write underscore top and underscore parent, what will happen? What is the difference between all these four options, right? Go ahead and tell me the difference. And this is what we learned, what is attributes in this video, and we'll come up with another concept in our next video, right? Till then, take care. Thank you very much for watching. Have a great day. Thank you. Hey guys, welcome back. So in our last video we learned attributes, what is attributes, and for example we learned href attribute and we learned about target attribute. Alright, now in this video we'll be learning a concept where we will understand how to create multiple lines, when to switch, because if you see in the first this one, if you copy the same content, if you see this in a web page, the same introduction, how it looks everything in the same line, right? So what we will do in this video, we will learn how to separate them each in every single new line. How to do that? What are the different options that we have, right? We will see that in this particular video. So what you need to do, quickly go ahead and create a new blank chapter called as chapter 7 line breaks. And what we will do is I can just simply copy this complete introduction and paste it over here, but no, I don't do that. I will write it again. How to write HTML? It's good for practice. Start HTML with doc type declaration, exclamation, and you just need to type doctype and HTML and close it, and then start HTML. How to create line breaks in HTML, right? So first thing is HTML start, HTML close, and then we will write head start and head close, and then body start and body close. Okay, inside head we need a title start and title close, and what I need to do is I need to format it like this so that it is easily readable. And in title what I'll write, chapter 7 line breaks. And inside body, I'll go into the introduction and copy this content. Okay, come back here, and first thing is I'll just simply paste it here and save, and let me quickly go to the web page and see how does it look. Without, just note down that inside body I haven't used any p tag or h tag, anything. I have simply pasted the content. So how will it look? Let me go ahead and just see in our browser. Chapter 7, it looks something like this, right? Let me close these two tabs. It is not readable. So what we need to do, we need to go back to our editor, and here let me just quickly write a paragraph tag, and for our reference we'll write a non-readable version, or we can say easily non-readable version. Okay, and refresh it. Chapter 7 line breaks, easily non-readable version. Okay, p tag, first p tag. Okay, so this title is also wrong. So see, the title spelling is wrong, so that's the reason it is getting displayed in the body. Perfect. So title, okay, chapter 7 line breaks, easily non-readable version is this one. Okay, fine. So then show me what is the readable version. There is one option to, let me show you this first. Let me just mark it like this. First, easily non-readable version. Okay, and now let me simply copy this again and paste it over here, and then this is to somewhat readable version. I'll make it somewhat readable version. So how do I make it somewhat readable version? What I'll do is I'll copy this whole content, paste it over here again, and add p tag for every line. What will it how will it display? Let's see. Start P and close P here. Every line I'll write new P tag. Perfect. So for every line I have added P start and P end, P start, P end, P start, P end, P start, P end. So what happens here? Let me save it and see how does it look. So first is easily non-readable version. This is not readable version. Second is somewhat readable version. It is clearly readable. Yeah. So every content is easily, every point is easily displayed here, right? And yeah, it is readable, but this is not the right way. We don't go ahead and add P tag for every line. Okay, so what we need to do, this is not the right thing to do. There is two tags again and again, same tag we are using. The best way is start the P here and close the P here. So I'll tell you the ideal way. Ideal way in the sense, I'll just let me just quickly copy this text. Third option as best practice version is copy this bare content from here. What is the right way? I'll show you. Let me just divide these two so that it is differentiated. Okay. So just understand this, there is no, even if you have space or anything, I'm just formatting it neatly so that it is readable for myself whenever I refer later on. Because if you don't format it correctly, even you will not understand what you have written after some time. So it is important to format things correctly. So what I'll do is, I'll start P here. Okay. What I'll do is I'll close P here. You might ask, it doesn't make any sense. But I say it does make sense, because instead of using multiple P tags, we can just use one P tag itself. And what is the reason behind using multiple P tags? Just to create new tag, new line, we are creating multiple P tags. This is not the right way. We just need to use one single P tag for the whole content here. And because it's a small paragraph, it's just small characters, very little bit of characters are there, so we don't have to use multiple paragraphs unnecessarily. And if you go here and see, is it good? No, it is absolutely similar to this thing. It is still not readable. So how to make it readable and yet use just one P tag? So the tag that comes here is BR, break, page break, BR. Okay, start bracket open, BR, close. Same way, BR. So let me quickly save. As soon as you add a BR, whatever you add here next will be coming on a next line. So let's go ahead here and quickly refresh and see. See, first line we added BR, second line we added BR. So third line, after third line we didn't add any BR. So we'll come here and add BR. BR in the sense break the line, or line break, page break, whatever you can consider it. BR in the sense whatever you have added text after that will come under next line only. The continuation will not happen. That's the whole point. So we added BR tag here, and inside a single p tag, and what is the result? The result is we got a much neater version of the list of statements, right? There is one more beautiful tag we will come across called as list, that we will use it very soon. But for now, in this video, what you needed to understand is we need to create, whenever you want to create something where you want to stop and start from a new line, then we can use br tag. Okay, and there is thing that we have three modules: one module, two module, and third module. And it is hard to read, it is hard to differentiate this complete web page, that it is not easily understandable that there is three modules. So what we can do is, there is one more tag. The tag name is HR. I'll add this HR after this first module. After this second module, I'll add one more HR. HR tag is used whenever we want to separate the contents from each other so that it is more distinguishable. And let me quickly save and let me show you what exactly I mean. Here, what happens is, if you save it, as you can see, there is a divider that is created now, right? So now it is easily understandable that, okay, this is first part, second part, and third part. First part is easily non-readable version, second is somewhat readable version, but this is not a recommended and best practice, and third is a best version. Okay, so by using, this is a paragraph, from here to here it is a paragraph. If it is a paragraph, you don't have to create multiple paragraph for just so that you want to create a new line. Inside paragraph also you can create multiple lines. So by using BR, and when to use HR you can use when you want to divide a whole section, whole module, whole content in separate parts. You can use it as a divider, right? Yeah, this is what I wanted to show you in this video, and I hope you understood when to use BR, when to use HR, and if you have any questions, please let me know. And go ahead and create a new chapter for this, chapter 7, and line breaks and all. So I hope you understood, I hope you are enjoying a lot, and more interesting topics are coming soon. So stay tuned and make sure you practice again and again, so that it should be like water is just flowing inside. You don't have to think before writing HTML, right? So there are so many other complex concepts that will be coming in future in coding, when we will start learning to code and all those things. So there is where your mind and efforts should go, not in thinking how to write HTML. So for that, your foundation has to be very strong, and that will only become strong only when you practice and practice and practice and practice. There is no other method, right? You understand the concept and practice, right? So thank you very much for watching. Have a great day. We'll see you in the next video with another concept in HTML. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Yeah, bye. Hey guys, welcome back to GWiz Academy, and let's start with another chapter. In our last video, we saw what is line breaks. Okay, so before that, we understood what is this attributes. Attributes are nothing but additional details that we pass on to the tag of HTML. So in the example, in our 6th chapter, what we have learned, there are two attributes called as, one is href and one is target. Okay, these are the two attributes that we pass to a tag, HTML tag called as anchor tag, which you can also call as a tag. Okay, so for a tag there are two attributes called as href and target. But in this today's video, we will learn about one more attribute that you can implement to any tag, any HTML tag. You can add that particular attribute. Okay, and that attribute is called as style. Now, styling your HTML tags is extremely important, and a separate dedicated course will be created for that particular thing to understand styling of your HTML elements. But this video will be a small, very brief introduction to what style is and how to use it, where to use it, right? A very brief introduction so that you just have some common idea with respect to attributes, concept of the attributes. We are just extending that a little bit more further. Okay, so let's quickly go ahead and start. So let's create a file called as chapter 8 style.html, right? Okay, so let's go back to our Linebreak. I want to copy all this content actually. So, but for practice, let's go ahead and type again. So first thing that we need to do, doc type declaration, doc type space HTML. Okay. And then start HTML, close HTML. And then inside that, we need head, close head, and then body and close body, right? So this is the basic HTML structure. Once it is done, let's go ahead inside our head and add our title of this whole document. Title start, title close. Let chapter 8 style attribute. Okay, perfect. Let's save this, and inside this content, let me go back to my line breaks chapter, last chapter, and let me quickly copy this whole content because I need some dummy content to apply these styles. So yeah, I'll copy this and go to my styles. Inside this body, I'll paste it. Okay. So I have now successfully pasted it. Here, this title you need to format it like this. Okay. Only the parent tags should be here. And here HR is it. So we can even make it like this. Yeah. So that it doesn't interfere with the, and even body. What we can do is select the whole thing till here, body and tab, so that it's aligned correctly. See, HTML close, HTML start, body start, body close, and even this head start and head close, we can select the whole thing and press tab so that it is organized neatly. See, what is the use is, like, it is easily understandable, it is easily readable. Like HTML starts here and this imaginary line will come here, so it closes here. So then we have this head, body, and then inside that whatever we add, like E tag, HR tag, BR tag, whatever it is. Let me remove these things here. We don't want first two. We'll play with the P3 only, in the sense this third best practices version, right? Okay, so let me quickly and remove this as well. And the heading we can write as, let's add some styling to the HTML tag. Okay, perfect. Till now it is completely clear. Okay, so let me go and open it in my browser. This is chapter 8 styles, right? So let me open it in the browser. Let me close these tabs. Okay, so this is what we have created right now. Okay, this basic HTML, this everyone knows. So what we will do now is this P is there, isn't it? This P, okay, inside which all the content is present. This is a paragraph text, paragraph tag, HTML tag. So there is an attribute called as style. So how to add the attribute? You need to add attribute inside the tag, where as soon as you open this bracket and P after this, here this is the area where you add this style. Okay, so How to add the style attribute? It is simple. You just need to type style and then equals to and then double inverted comma open, double inverted comma close, and click space, and this is the area where you will be adding your style. Okay, so how do I add style? The first thing that I'll do, first thing is let me click on save and go back here and let me quickly refresh and see does anything changes. No, nothing changes. So what do I need to do here? The first thing is let me try to change this font. This font doesn't look good, so let me try to change font. In styles, what we can do, we can change font, we can change font size, we can change font family. We call font family different. If we want to use different fonts, we call it font family, and font thickness, font styling, and width of the whole section, thickness of the whole section, margin of the whole section, padding, margin. There are so many other cool stuff that we can do that we will be studying in a separate course itself, but here I'll show you how to apply style attribute to your tag. It can be applied to any tag here inside body or to your head, wherever, but make sure you apply it to the start of the tag, not the closing tags. Starting tags itself you need to apply the style. Okay, there are so many other ways to apply style, but we will see that in the next course, maybe in CSS. So now style attribute we have added, and let me quickly add font family, let's say Verdana, and save it. Now if you think what has just now happened, style, I just added a style attribute is equal to bracket, double inverted comma open, double inverted comma close, and inside that what I have written, font family and then colon Verdana. Verdana is a font name. The font, there are so many fonts out there. We will see many of them. We will change many fonts and we will explore all of them, most of them at least. I'll tell you how to check font names and all those things, but it's for later video. And even this video is not compulsory to learn in HTML itself, but still I want you to have a basic idea of this style as attribute as well, right? The style font family Verdana. So what happens now, let me just quickly save and go back to our this one and see the font family has changed to Verdana. Something default it was, let's say I have this tool to check what is the font. So earlier it was this font called as serif, okay, and but now we have this font called as Verdana. Verdana font is applied now. So what if I want to change the color of the font? How do I change? After the font family colon Verdana, you need to add a semicolon. See, we have added a semicolon, right? So after this semicolon, I'll add one more style, either on the next line or you can use the same line with some space. Just make sure you have added this semicolon in the sense this style is done. And the next style, one more style I want to add, that is color. Okay, so color, how to apply it? I need to specify what color I want to apply, right? So for that what I'll do, I'll write color and then colon. I'll mention it as something called as red and then semicolon, so that it closes there itself. First style that I added is font family Verdana, and second style after semicolon is color red, and then again semicolon means close it here itself. Now I'll click on save and I'll see here, see the whole paragraph. In the sense, why is it getting added? Why the style attribute is getting added to all the lines here? They're all different lines, right? Because the paragraph starts here and ends here, means the whole 5 lines are considered as one single paragraph. What will happen if I close this paragraph here itself, after one line itself, if I close it, just save it and go back here. See, if I close paragraph here itself. So whatever style attribute I have passed on to the p tag, it will just be applied to the first line if I close paragraph here itself. So if I close paragraph after fourth line, it will be applied to all 4 lines. So since the p tag ends here, in the sense complete all 5 lines are considered as one element of an HTML, which is paragraph. So then whatever style I will be applying to this p tag will be applied to all these 5 lines. And then one more style, let me quickly go ahead and add font weight. See, I said we can change the thickness as well, right? So I'll keep it value 900 and click on save, and let's go ahead and see what is the style, what is the thickness. See, the thickness of the font has changed, and we can also change the size of font as well. Right now the size of font is, let's say, 16 pixels. So let me go ahead and change this font size to let's say 30 pixels, and then click on save. See, the font size is also changed. So you might, it might be a lot of information right now to digest, but don't worry about it. We will complete. So you need to understand where can we apply style. We need to apply style to the start tag, okay, so that it will get applied to the whole element of that particular HTML. Style is also an attribute that we pass. Why we use attribute? What is attribute? Attribute is nothing but a additional information that you want to pass on to the tag, to how to render that particular tag, right? And inside style, what are the values that we can add? What are the values that we can modify? What are the values that we can play around, like font family, font size, font weight, font color, margin, padding, and even animations we can create. Entrance animation, exit animation. There are so many cool stuffs that we can do with this particular attribute called as style, and we call it as CSS. Okay, so we will learn about this CSS concept in a whole different course in itself. So you don't have to go ahead and remember all these values, font weight, font color, font family, and all those things. You don't have to go ahead and remember all these things. Just if this is, use this as a reference, you can play around, and there are so many other concepts as well inside the style itself. So it is a very vast concept. We'll have to take a complete course on that. Again, the second course after this HTML, that will be a CSS itself, right? So yeah, we'll discuss more in our further course or further chapters, but for now I hope you understood what is this style attribute and how to use it. Okay, there are some other ways also. We generally don't use this type of method. We can edit, we can style this p tag, but what if the HTML page is very long? We cannot go to each tag and custom style, right? So we need a centralized way of styling the whole document. There are some different methods to do that, shortcuts to do that, right? So we will be learning all those things slowly, one by one. Okay, so thank you very much for watching. Have a great day. We'll see you in the next video with one more concept in HTML. Thank you. Have a great day. Yeah, bye. Hey guys, welcome back again. So in our last video, we have quickly seen what this style attribute is. Okay, so now as you can see in this video, in this screen right now, I have randomly created dummy sections, section 1, section 2, section 3. The thing is, what if the page is so long, our web page, that whatever we'll be creating, our web page is so long that we are going to scroll 10-20 times. Then what if I want to go directly to section 9th or section 6th? The thing is, if I have links here, take me to the third section. If I click on that, it will take me to the third section directly. What if I want to have take me to the 7th section? And it should take me to the 7th section like this. And what if I have 9th section? It should take me to the 9th section like this. So what it is doing is, as soon as I click on this particular link, it is just scrolling the page to that particular section. In the sense, this is a link. For link, what we use, if you remember, we use anchor tag, okay? That is a anchor tag that we will be using, and we have a attribute called as href where we will be specifying the link URL. So that in that video we saw how to link content to external web address, but here you will have to link this particular text to this particular section. How to do that? So let's go ahead and see how to achieve this. But for that, how to achieve this, and we need to have a page something like this to be created first, and then we will be activating this link. See how to create this particular link. So let me go ahead and quickly create this particular page. How to create the page? Just a random HTML, okay? So first we need to write our HTML, and then inside that, this is the h1 tag or heading tag, and this is the paragraph tag. Heading tag, paragraph tag, heading tag, paragraph tag. Multiple times we have used. So the same thing we'll be going and creating again. So let me just go ahead and create a new file called as ch9 underscore bookmark.html, right? So now let's go ahead and add our doc type declaration. Document type space HTML, close it, and then start HTML, close HTML, and then space head HTML, close head, and then right below this we have body start, body close, okay? So whatever we'll be writing this heading paragraph, that will go inside the body. So in head, what I need to do, I need to add a title of this page. Title start and title close. So what is the title? Chapter 9 bookmarks, or you can say internal same page links, okay? Perfect. So now inside body, what we need to add our h1, first paragraph, p tag. This is the dummy text. So let me quickly copy this. Okay, perfect. So now what we need to do, let me quickly save it and let's see what we have done till now. Let me go back to this page and bookmarks, let me open it. First paragraph, this is what we have written, okay? So now we need 10 paragraphs like this, okay? So for that, what I'll do is I'll just copy this same thing 10 times. 2, I'll write, okay, I'll rename it later. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, fine. So now I need some space after, see, let's, if this is the 10th paragraph, so if I want to scroll here, the page doesn't scroll, it won't show up in the top side. So what we need to do, I need to extend the page size actually. So what I'll do, I'll add a div element. You will understand this div in the sense, whenever we want to create a particular section, we don't directly write h1 or p. We need to create a div element, and inside div element that we need to create h1 or p, whatever it is. Div is nothing but a imaginary box, imaginary section, okay, that is used so that it is easy for styling purpose. You will understand it slowly, so don't worry about it. So if this is a div element and if I need to write style height as let's say 1000 pixels, and then if you click on save, what this will create is it will create an empty space here. Let me refresh it. See, there is an empty space created. Okay, so after this last paragraph also there is an empty space, so that it is easy to scroll and bring this last paragraph also under the top, because if the space is not there, the page cannot scroll and it cannot be shown on the top. So that's the reason I need some empty space here, so that even the last paragraph can be shown on the top side. So now if you want to see this particular empty div, what you can do is color, just for fun. I'll just color blue. If you just need to see what is this empty div doing here. Background color blue. And what now? See, so this is the div that we just now created. This is the empty div element. Okay, so the attribute that we pass is style attribute. So first thing we altered is the height is 1000 pixels and then background color is blue. So just for fun, I'll just keep it. I don't want to keep this blue. I'll let it be white, and I'll remove this paragraph. It is not needed. Okay, let me quickly save, and I just needed this empty div. That's it. So now refresh it. Let me go ahead and quickly rename all the paragraphs. Okay, so okay, wait, before I rename all the paragraph, there are 10 paragraphs. So this is the first paragraph, second paragraph, third paragraph, fourth paragraph, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It will be there. So to link it, to specify, there are h1 tag. This is also h1 tag. This is also an h1 tag. There are multiple h1 tags in this page. What if I want to how to specifically understand which HTML, which h1 tag am I referring to? Is it this h1 tag or is it this h1 tag? Because inside the h1 tag the content doesn't matter, whatever can be the content, but in code you need to specify which exact h1 tag are you referring to, so that we can link it, right? To link this particular h1 tag, we need to understand which h1 tag we are trying to operate to. So for that, there is an attribute called as id. We can assign id to each h1 tag. So ids will be completely different. First h1 id will be different from second h1 id and third h1 id, fourth h1 id. Every h1 tag will have its own id if we give it. So id will be again is equal to double inverted comma open, double inverted comma close. So what is the id? So id, let's say 1. So first h1 we added id 1. So for second h1 what we will do? We will assign id is equal to bracket open, inverted comma open, inverted comma close 2, and this text will be second paragraph, whatever the text can be, anything, just for reference, so that we can understand from the front end as well. We are writing this second paragraph, okay? So it can be anything. So you're getting my point. We are assigning an ID to each h1 tag because there are multiple h1 tag. The code should also get an idea. The code can grab the h1 tag by its ID. We can it is used to link it later on in this video, right? So the same thing first that I'll do is I'll go ahead and add IDs. So the third h1 I'll add ID 3, and this should be third paragraph. and here this should be 4th paragraph, and this should be 5th paragraph, this should be 6th. You can try writing anything that you want, that you desire. Okay, so you can write any text, any heading over here, but it is I'll tell you why it is important, because later on we will be creating links, right? So go to 6th paragraph, go to 7th paragraph. If I write random text here, how will I identify whether it is a 6th paragraph or 7th paragraph? That is the reason, for the front end purpose, it is easy for me to understand, okay, this is the 7th paragraph I am redirected to, it is a 5th paragraph I am redirected to. That's the reason I am writing it for my convenience. We can have anything here. This doesn't mean that if you have ID 6, you should write 6 over here as well. This is the content. Inside we write content, so content can be anything. Okay, so and then ID 7, paragraph, ID 8, 8th paragraph, or ID 9, paragraph, or ID 10, that is 10th paragraph. Okay, so this, let me quickly save and go back to my front end, and let me quickly refresh and see 1st paragraph, 2nd paragraph, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. Perfect. So now what we need to do, we have created all the dummy paragraphs, and now we need to link it. We need to create a links. How to create links? Just under this body, what we will do is, how to create links? Create an anchor text, this one, anchor tag, sorry, start anchor, close anchor. And what is the text that we want to display? Go to 7th paragraph, and then similarly I'll create 2 to 3 links, and let me quickly save it and see how it looks. Go to 7th paragraph, go to 7th paragraph, go to 7th paragraph, go to all are inline. So the first thing that I need to do is I need to break this into different lines. And how to do that? Add a BR tag, right? Now let's see. All are in different lines. Now this looks like a plain text, so this doesn't look like a link. So how to convert this into a link? To convert this into a link, we need to pass a attribute called as href equals to double inverted comma open, double inverted comma close, and what inside this we need to add a URL. So URL can be anything. So if I don't add anything, if I don't pass any value, if I simply click, how does it show? It will look like a link, but it doesn't work, right? It doesn't go anywhere. So what I need to do is I need to tag this particular, go to 7th paragraph. Here is the 7th paragraph. Where is it? This is a 7th paragraph. Go to 7th paragraph heading. How will this code, whatever I am writing here, will understand this is the 7th paragraph? It will understand by ID. So how to represent this ID? We don't write like this. We don't write ID is equal to 7. No, this is not the way. We just need to use this pound symbol and then add 7. Okay. So now what happens is pound symbol represents ID. Which ID? 7th ID. And then click on save. Now if you refresh this and click on 7, it will take us to the 7th paragraph. How is this link understanding which paragraph to take? It is understanding by this href attribute, where pound represents ID and the ID value is 7, ID 7. So similarly, if I want to go to fourth paragraph, I'll write href equals to, instead of URL, I'll write pound 4. It will target the fourth paragraph. Same way, if I want to go to 10th paragraph, I'll write href is equals to inverted double inverted comma open, double inverted comma close, and then pound 10, in the sense ID 10. Here the same place we used to write URL in our links. Chapter we used to write links, but here we want to target the same page using ID. By ID we target. Okay, so now go to href. What is this? Let's say fourth is done. Go back to the first. Let's say 1, ID 1. Even if you write 1, that doesn't work. What is 1? This is ID 1, target ID 1. Go to first paragraph and click on save. Now let's go back here, and if you see, so this is first paragraph. If I click, it is taking me to the first paragraph, but then I'll need to have some BR, or let's say page break, or we can also use div element to have some spacing as well, but I'll use BR as of now. This is also one method, not a recommended way, but still, yeah, this works. So here we used a div element, here we are using a BR to create some space. So anyways, so if I click on 7th paragraph, it will take me to the 7th. If I click on 4th, it is taking me to the 4th. If I click on 10th, it will take me to the 10th. If I click on 1st, it will take me to the 1st paragraph. So the concept is, here I have assigned ID to the paragraph tag. I have assigned ID to the heading tag. So here I have assigned ID to the h1 tag. Right below h1, the paragraph related to h1 is there, so it is understandable. But the same thing you can assign ID to p tag or image tag or link or anything, any HTML tag, you can assign it. You can assign ID to the let's say div element. You can assign ID to this body element. You can assign ID to anything. Just make sure ID doesn't repeat again and again. ID is a unique. Once you assign it, it is done. It will conflict if you repeat the ID. It doesn't work like that. So ID should be unique every time you use it to assign to any particular tags. Okay. So, and when you assign it, you can pull it as a link using href, right? Just by using the ID number and pound symbol this way. So like this you can target an image, like this you can target a link, like this you can target a paragraph, like this you can target an h1. So now you go ahead and practice with your creativity, which you want to, what are the elements, different types of element. Right now here we just used paragraphs and text. You can go ahead and use any other elements in HTML, right? So go ahead, practice, and come back to the next chapter. We will learn one more concept. Okay, so thank you very much for watching. Have a great day. If you have any questions, please let me know in the comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Guys, welcome back. So in our last video, we have seen how to link a particular paragraph or a text or any particular element in HTML within a same page. How to call it, drag and call it by a ID. We understood what exactly this ID is used for. And now let's go ahead and learn about text formatting. So see, whenever we are using any content on our text, on our web page, very maximum portion of the web page will be text in a text format, and there are some different ways. Obviously, by using a style attribute, we can modify text the way we want, but there are some additional HTML tags that we can use in order to control the text formatting even more. So we will be looking at some 5 to 6 text formatting tags that you can use it as a reference, and you can keep it in mind. Don't go ahead and try to by heart it. You just need to know that there is some tag, there is this tag that does this thing. That's it. You don't have to remember, you don't have to by heart those tags. You just need to use it as a reference. You should know, okay, there is this tag available. If this kind of feature is needed, I can go back and check the reference and use this video as a reference. Okay, so let me quickly close these tabs so that it doesn't confuse you anymore. And yeah, so let me go ahead and create a new file called as chapter 10 underscore formatting.html. Okay, perfect. So now, how to write an HTML page, how to create an HTML page. Just now we created an HTML page, but it is completely blank. So let me go ahead and create a semantic. So doc type declaration, doc type. See, I can just quickly click on enter and it will be done. There is one more shortcut which I can use. I'll show it in the last video. There are so many other shortcuts that I can use, but I'm not using it. I'm repeatedly typing those things. I want the same thing for you as well. You need to type manually. You don't use shortcuts as of now. Exclamatory and then doc type declaration, doc type, so that it gets into your brain, body and muscle, everything, each and every cell of your body, right? So this doesn't get out of your brain by the time you complete this course. And then doc type HTML. This can be capital or small. HTML, small is better. And then HTML start, HTML close, and then formatting, and then head, start, head, close, and then body, start, body, close. And then I need a title for this document. Title, what is the title? Chapter 10 text formatting, right? Click on save. Now inside body, what we are going to do. So the best practice is, till now what we used to do is we used to directly start with p tag or h tag, whatever it is. But now we will use a best practice, that is we need to use div element. Okay, you will understand why we use a div element and all those things later on. But div is nothing but creating a blank section. It doesn't make any difference, but it is useful when you go ahead and do styling and all those things in later videos. But for now, we will slowly understand the best practices. So we created a div, and whatever it is, everything same only. Like we will be adding a heading, head1 h1 tag, and what is the heading? Let's learn text formatting. And I have some references, and the references are, these are the references. I'll delete from here to here. I will be deleting it just for your reference purpose. I have added it as of now. So what we will do is, these tag, b tag, strong, I, em, mark, small, dill, and then ins, subscript, superscript. Okay, these are the tags. What does these do? We will understand it. So for that, to understand, the best way is to do it practically, right? So if you right now go ahead and save this document and see formatting page, if you can open it on your browser and see, we will not understand it easily right now. So what we can do is, anyways, we will be deleting this from here to here. So for now, what we can do is, I'll try to add a paragraph, a dummy paragraph. This is a dummy para. So I'll just right? This is fine. And now if I click on save and see here, we'll be having a paragraph over here. Okay, let me, this is interfering. Copy this for now. I'll just paste it over here it is just for my reference to what all has to be covered in this video. Okay, so if I click on save and go back here, this is chapter 10, text formatting. Title is getting displayed here. It is not right. So what mistake I did? Okay, title spelling is wrong. Title. Perfect. So now if I go here and see, okay, so heading and paragraph, right? So this is what we have done till now. So now let's go ahead and see what are those tags that we need to learn. First thing is B tag. What is this? Bold text. This tag is used to increase the thickness or make it a little bit bold, right? If in case we can use it, we can use a style tag as well, but in case these are the default HTML tags that we have, that we can use it if in case you think wherever it is necessary in later videos or courses. So let's say here I want to use this. I want to make this as a bold. In case in between this para, I can use this B tag, B start and B close, and then this is bold text. So what happens here is whatever content I write within this B tag, B start and B close, this particular text will be highlighted. This will get bolder than rest of the P tag. If I click on save, you will understand it now. See, this is a bold text. So let me click on some space. Right? This is the bold text. Right? This looks different than this one. This is a whole paragraph. This is just one element, one HTML element. The whole paragraph is just one HTML element, but this looks different. So whenever you want to create something like this, in the sense if you want to make this particular part of the text as bolder, then use B tag. Okay, and the second thing is second tag. Let's go to strong. It also does the same thing, but let's see what is the difference. In a second thing we'll do it. Strong start and strong close. This is the strong text. Why am I writing this? This is a strong text because I can understand it what is the tag that I have used in the backend, right? If you see, this is the strong text. This also does the almost same thing as B tag does, right? It also emphasizes, it also increases the font weight in the sense font thickness. Okay, so what is the next thing that we need to use, that we need to see? What does this do? It says that strong text, it is an important text or this is a bold text, but they both basically does the same thing. And then let's try I tag. What does this do? On this, let me type I start, I close. This is the I tag, in the sense it is italic, in the sense it will be a little bit formatted, forward inclined text or something. If I save it, now let's go back here and see, where is it? This is the italic, right? So what I can do is I can add a BR, so a new line is created on every where we use this tag BR. So if I click on save now and see, you will understand. It will be clear to understand. This text is bold text we have used. This is a strong text. This is italic text. Okay, we have used BR so that the new line is being created after that particular use of the tag, right? So I don't think I need to explain it, what this I tag does. And then let's go ahead and see what is the next one. So what is the next tag in our reference? That is EM, emphasized text. So let's see how does this function. Let me quickly go ahead and add this EM tag, EM start, EM close. This is emphasized text, right? And then let's have BR tag so that a new line is created, so it is easily identifiable. And let me go ahead and refresh. This is an emphasized text. It does the same thing that what this I tag does. This strong tag does the same thing that what B tag does. This EM tag does the same thing that I tag does, right? So let me go ahead and quickly start see what this next tag does. Marked text. Let's go ahead and explore ourselves. Marked start and marked close, and then we'll add BR so that new line is created. And then here this is the marked text. Let's save it and see what is the difference. What happens? This is the marked text. It's not marked, it's marked. See, the text got marked, in the sense highlighted, right? So maybe that is what it represents. So if in case whenever we want to highlight some particular text, then we can use this tag. I guess this is a little bit this is of some use. So make a note of it or remember it. You can use a mark tag to highlight the text, right? So let's go ahead and see what is the other tag what this other tag does. Smaller text. So let's go ahead and see what does it do. Here itself, let's do small, start small, close, and then after tag we'll add BR tag so that new line is created. And then this is small text, right? Click on save, and let's go back here and refresh and see. Okay, so comparatively, if you see the font size here, this font size has reduced. I guess it is useful, obviously, but using style parameter we can easily control this as well. So obviously we need to know there are these tags that exists, but yeah, we can use our style tag as well. So it depends on you whether you use these tags or not, but yeah, you should be aware of these tags, obviously. And then what is the next tag? DEL tag, delete text, deleted text. In some scenarios where we want to strike through, there is a style parameter that we can use directly, but in case if we want to show something that there was a text that is all deleted and then we have used some other thing in that place, I'll just show it practically instead of explaining it. Delete, start, delete, close, and then BR, and then this is the old text that's now deleted. Save it and go back here and refresh. This is the old text that's now deleted. In the sense, strike through, this is not valid, that is erased, but still you want to show it in the front end that this was the old text and now this is replaced with this particular text. So at some points, if they are not valid anymore, then you can use this tag to strike through the text, right? You can use it. We have other options as well, other alternatives using style tag that we'll be using in our later videos, right? It's just you should be aware of this particular tag. And then again we have INS, inserted text. If in case you want to use it, let's see how helpful this is. ins, close, and then let's don't use any br. Let's see, inserted, right? We need to show it like it is, the text is inserted. So this is the inserted text, and we'll use br somewhere here so that we can understand what this text does. What does this tag do? This is the inserted text, inserted. So what is it doing? It is doing nothing other than, apart from adding a underline to that particular text. Again, this font styling, we can use style parameter and use this tag. But then if you are not allowed to use a style tag, in case there are some areas where you are not allowed to style, in those you are not allowed to use style parameter. In that case, you need to use HTML tags to style things, format your text. We are not styling, we are formatting the text. So these are the different ways we can format our text. We can add underline by using ins tag, right? And then what else? We have two more tags called as, one is subscript and one is superscript. We can add the subscript as well. Let's see, sub subscript, start subscript, close, and then br, right? And then this is subscript. Save it. Let me refresh. All right, this is a subscript. Perfect. This is a useful tag that we can use. And then what does the superscript does? Start, close, and then this is superscript. And then we'll add some br here. See, this is a superscript. If you are writing some mathematical formula, a raised to 10 or something, x raised to 10, 20, subscript, superscript, or formula writing or anything, these can be used. These are obviously useful if in case in some interview, if you are asked to not to use style attribute and not to style your HTML, but still you need to format the text. These are the methods you can use. These are some examples. These are some reference tags that you can use. And for now, I'll remove these. These are not needed here. Okay. So we learned what is B, what is strong. They both act same. What is I, what is EM, they both act same. Emphasize what is mark and what is small. Mark is nothing but highlighting your text, and small is it is reducing the small comparatively. It is reducing the font size comparatively. Deleted is nothing but strike through the font, and ins is nothing but inserting the text. Inserting the sign, in the sense, I guess it is underlining. Insert text. Okay. And then subscript and superscript, right? This is subscript and this is superscript. So I hope you understood these tags and use of those tags. What does these tags do? You don't have to remember, you don't have to by heart this, but you just need to understand, and you just need to know, okay, there is some tag available that does this thing, these functionalities, right? So whenever some functionality requirement comes to your project, you have an idea, okay, I can go ahead and refer to that particular tag, and that particular tag can be useful to achieve this particular functionality. That thought process has to be ignited quickly. Okay, so I hope you have learned a lot in this video. This video was a bit longer, but I guess it is very easy to digest video. So I hope you have learned a lot, and if you have any doubt in this, please let me know in the comment section or in Q&A section. Thank you very much for watching. Have a great day. We'll see you in the next chapter. Thank you. Hello my dear students, welcome back again. So in this video we are going to learn one more concept called as favicon, or you can pronounce it as favicon. So what is this favicon? To understand this, we need to go to any random website. Let's go to our website called as this GWizAcademy.com, or let's say google.com, or you can also open ibm.com. Whatever website we open, whenever we open any website, this is IBM's official website. There is an image here, if you can see it, right? Okay, even if I zoom in, I will not be able to, yeah. So anyways, here where the title of this particular page is being displayed, there is an image being displayed as well here, right? And if you go to google.com, here as well we see the Google icon over here. And same way, if we go to our website GWizAcademy.com and see that there is this icon called as GWiz Academy as well being displayed. But if I see this web page that we are going to create, we are creating right now, we can simply see this title over here, but there is no icon being displayed here. This particular icon is what is called as favicon, right? So in this video, this is what we will see, how to add favicon to our HTML page, right? So it is going to be interesting thing. The first thing that you need to make sure is you cannot or should not, you can, but you should not upload any random image. To use the image, you need to have generally images comes with the format PNG format, .png or .jpeg, right? So for favicons we need image format in .ico. You can call it as .icon or whatever, but we need .ico format. So there are so many converters: favicon, creator, online. If you have a logo of your company, then you can simply upload it. favicon.io, this is completely free. There are so many generators out there. You can simply upload it and PNG to ICO, text to ICO, or emoji to ICO, whatever, you can go ahead and use it. But what I would recommend is favicon.cc. So this is a very simple editor. It is completely free. You can visit this website and upload your image, logo, company logo, and it will generate an image for you. It will generate an icon, and you can just click this download icon and save it on your desktop. I have saved an icon on my desktop here, favicon clear. The name is any name, you can, whatever you want, you can name it as favicon.clear.ico. if you see this inside properties, you will see this is a file type is icon and extension is .ico. We need to upload icon, in the sense it is considered as an icon type, it is not an image anymore. Okay, so once it is converted into an icon, now we are ready to upload it. So how to upload it? So let's go back to our directory here. This is a directory where we are working. I'll create a file, I'll create a folder, let's say called as images, because whenever we create multiple images, it will be difficult to identify. These are programming files and they are images files, there will be script files. So it is better to create a folder for image separately and upload all the folders over here. So what I'll do is I'll copy this file, this icon, and put it inside this image folder so that it is neatly organized. Whatever images I'll be using in further videos, or in case, then I'll be uploading the same images here only, inside this folder only. So let me go back to my editor here, and I can see there is a folder created called as images. Perfect. Now what I'll do, I'll go ahead and create a new file called as chapter 11 for favicon.html. Perfect. So what I'll do, I just need everything from last chapter. Or let's say I don't want any content over here, but I'll need just HTML standard boilerplate. So how to write declare HTML? Let me clear this. Okay, so how to start HTML writing? You just need to declare it, document type, and then HTML, and then we have this HTML start, HTML close, and then we have head start, head close, and then we have body start, body close. Inside head tag we have this title, start, title, close. This is the title. Okay, on the left, okay, let's write chapter 11 Favicon. Perfect. So inside body we won't have anything. Let's say div p tag. Here we learn how to use Favicon, or how to implement Favicon on our HTML document. Perfect. So till now here you are clear, right? So let me go back to this folder and Favicon. Let me open this in our browser. Perfect. So this title is there, text is there, but there is no Favicon over here. So what we have done till now is we have created a folder and we have got our image ready. So make sure the image is not in a image format, it is in a icon format, in the sense .ico. How to generate that? Whatever image you have, what you need to do, make sure it is a square shape and go to this favicon generator .favicon.cc and upload your image and generate your favicon and download it. Okay. So once it is downloaded, once it is kept, what is the code that we need to write? This is what is the actual video, actual thing that you need to concentrate here. Under this title, what you need to do, write a tag called as link. Perfect. So this link, why we need this link? Link tag is used to generate a link of this document that we are writing. See, whatever document we are creating is, this is the ch11 file. So this document is outside this folder and the image is inside the folder. So how to create a relationship between this particular file and this folder and again this icon? So what the code, whatever code I will be writing inside this favicon HTML file is, that should go and see inside this directory. Is there any image folder? Yes, there is an image folder, and inside that image folder is there a favicon clear file? Yes, there is a file, and pull it and you apply that particular icon here inside chapter 11. How to do that? We will do that by code. So for that I'll use a relationship tag called as link, and you need to write an attribute called as rel, and here you need to specify it as icon, and then type is image or icon, and then href attribute. First thing is we need to go to images, and then we need to write the file name favicon clear.ico, right? And then a double inverted comma close, and then we write // This is not needed, but still, yeah. So once you save it and go back to and refresh it, perfect. So what we did here is we applied a favicon, this image. First we went to our website and converted our PNG file into ICO file, and then downloaded it, and then went to our folder, went to our present working directory and then created a folder, and inside folder we added that image, and then from our code editor we wrote this line called as link tag. Link tag will need 3 attributes. First is rel attribute, and second is type attribute, and then href attribute. You just need to remember this icon, rel, the value you need to pass is icon, and then type you should mention image slash icon, and then href. Href is nothing but you are linking that particular folder here. So we are referring to this particular folder which is in the same directory in which we are working. Images, for the name has to correctly match. If you type something wrong here, it won't work. See, so you should target the right folder, images, and then inside images favicon clear.icu with extension you need to write. So once you have completed this thing, writing this rel attribute, type attribute, and href attribute, if you go here and refresh, your favicon will reflect, right? So this is how you add a favicon to any HTML file, or anywhere in future. From now onwards, you should be confident enough to add favicon to your document or your code, right? So I hope you understood this clearly. Go ahead and practice it. So is it compulsory to create this image file, image folder, and then add image inside that? Like, why I shall I not add it here directly? Yes, obviously you can add, and all you just need to do is just instead of images, you just need to write the image name here, but it is not scalable, right? In case what if later on in this same document you will have multiple 10 or 15 images, all images will be mixed up with the programming files as well. So it is not useful. So it is better to organize it neatly and learn to organize it neatly from the start itself, right? So that's the reason I have created this image folder, and then I have added image inside that particular folder. So I hope you have by now you know how to add a favicon to your HTML document. So I hope you learned this, and if you have any questions or if it doesn't work for you, please let me know in the comment section or in the Q&A section or live chat support, right? So thank you very much for watching. Have a great day. We'll see you in the next chapter. Thank you. Hey guys, welcome back to GWiz Academy. All right, in our previous videos we have seen how to add favicon to our HTML page, right? So around 11 chapters we have completed successfully. All right, now in this video is going to be a little bit longer, but is very useful, and it's going to be an interesting concept that we'll be learning. So the concept that we are going to learn is how to create tables in HTML. See, you might have visited many websites, stock websites, to check results, your college results, exam results, right? So on many web pages you might have seen different types of tables are created. So just for reference purpose, I've created 2 dummy tables here in Excel sheet on Google Sheets. So we'll try to replicate and create this kind of tables in our HTML page, whatever we'll be creating right now. So in that, throughout the process, you will be learning so many concepts regarding how to create this HTML table. So till now, we used just one tag called as, if you want to create paragraph, we used p tag. If you want to create heading, we used h tag. If you want to create a link, we used a tag, right? So now to create table, we need a tag called as table tag, but the use and implementation of the table tag is a little bit different. That is what we'll be seeing in this video. So for that, what we need to do is, first thing, we'll go ahead and start creating our document first. ch12 chapter 12 underscore tables.html. Perfect. So now let's go ahead and write our HTML code. How to do that? First thing is you need to declare the doc type. Perfect. And then you start with HTML and close HTML, and then head start, head close, and then body start and body close. Perfect. So till now it should be very clear. Now let's go ahead and add a title for this document. What's the title? What title we can assign? Title goes chapter 12, learn to create tables in HTML. Right? Perfect. So till now we are clear. Till now everyone knows this, right? So now let's go ahead and create. For reference purpose, I have created these two tables. The first table here is companies and founders table. So if you see first column, so what you do, I hope you already know what is column. Column is nothing but the vertical, cells, and rows are nothing but horizontal cells. So whatever we see in a horizontal cells, we say it as a row, and whatever we see, whatever cells we see, if we consider it in a vertical alignment, then we call it as a column. So this is column and this is row. So this is a column and this is a row. If you say this alphanumeric things are called a row, and 1 2 3 4 5 6 on the left side, this is column. Okay, so we have this first column, second column, third column, and fourth column. See, whenever we write a table, or whenever we create a table on Excel sheet or Google sheet, we always fill data in a column basis. See, first we write Microsoft, Amazon, Google, Meta, and Tesla, and then we go ahead and write names, and like this. In this fashion we write. But computers analyze it in a different way, and the way we read it is for Microsoft, serial number 1 for Microsoft, and it's Bill Gates, and Bill Gates is the founder of this particular company called Microsoft. So we read it in a fashion, in a row-wise fashion, right? Same way, whenever we create a table in HTML as well, we need to write table, or we need to create table in row-wise fashion itself. First we need to create this row and write serial number, company, first name, last name, and then we need to create this row, and then we need to create this row, and then we need to create this row. We don't write HTML tables in column basis. We write HTML table in a row basis. You will slowly understand what exactly I'm trying to say. Let's go back to our editor, and here the first thing is let's write this particular heading. Let me copy this, and let me create a heading H2 and paste it, right, table, and then I'll add a break, and then we'll add one more H2 and write one more heading, students and result table, paste it. Okay, perfect. So now let's go ahead and see how does it look on the front end. Here is the table file. If I open companies and founders table, student and results table. Okay, perfect. So let's go back here, and what I'll do, I'll go to this head section. Right under this title, I'll add one style. You just need to copy this style. I'll tell you why I added this style here, and more detail in depth we will learn in our CSS course. But for now, you just need to understand that we need to add this particular part of code here. This has nothing to do with HTML tables, but to understand how tables are working, this code is needed. We can create HTML tables without this code as well. Okay, you just need to write style start, style close, and inside this what you need to write, table, comma, space, table, head, comma, table, data, and flower bracket open, flower bracket close. Here we need to write border 1 pixels solid black. You don't have to understand this at all. You can simply copy and paste it. And trust me, this is not needed. This is not compulsory. This is needed because to understand how tables are working. Okay, this is not needed. Our tables code will be here inside the body and we will learn it one by one. You can just simply copy this and paste it in your code, right, as it is. And by end of this video, you will yourself understand what is the use of this code. Okay, I will not explain it now. Perfect. So let's get started and start writing our table code. So let's first create our first table code. Let me format it like this. Okay. So here, how to start writing table? First, we need to create a table tag. Table start, table close. Perfect. This is clear. Okay. So once we have created a table start and table close, and then what we need to do? We need to create a table row. Okay. As I said, we need to write table in a row format. So first we need to create this row, first row, and then second row, and then third row, and then fourth row, and then fifth row, and then sixth row. In that, there are total 6 rows in this particular table, and first we will go ahead and create this particular starting row, or you can say header row of this particular table's header is this one, so this is header row. So for that you don't have to differentiate or get confused, just divide it in particular rows. First row, second row, third row, fourth row, fifth row, sixth row. So first row, let's go ahead and create our first row. So how to create rows? We need to open this bracket and then table row. Start, table row, close. Okay, first row. In this first row, or we can do like this. Okay. Table row. Okay, so there are how many rows? 1 2 3 4 5 6 rows are there. Table row 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6. So there are 6 table rows here. 1 2 3 4 5 6. All right, so we added 6 rows. So inside first row, you put your cursor and click on enter, right? So inside first row, what are the details we have? How many cells we have? 1 2 3 4. So what we can call this as, inside cells, what we add data of this particular cell. So table data. So this is also table data, this is also a table data, and this is also table data. There are around 1 2 3 4 table datas inside this first row. Okay, so we'll go inside this first row. This is a first row. Inside this, we need to create how many table data? 1 table data, 2 table data, 3 table data, 4 table data. So there are 4 table data. Table cells, you can call it as cells. These cells are pronounced as table data. So how many table data we need? We need 1 2 3 4 table data. So let's go ahead and create table data. How to create table data? Table data. That's it. Start and close. So how many are there? 4 are there. Copy, paste. So inside, what did we do till now here? I hope it is not getting confused. Just watch it once again if you are not able to follow. It's extremely simple. First thing what we did, we counted how many rows are there. 1 row, 2 row, 3 row, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 rows are there. Okay, 6 rows, and then we created a code for that. We added 6 table rows here, and inside first table row, how many table data are available? 1 2 3 4. 4 table data is available. Inside first table data, what is that? Serial number. So we'll go ahead and add serial number. And in second table data, what is it? Company. We will add company. And in the third table data, what do we have? First name. We have first name. And in the fourth table data, we have last name. Last name. Perfect. So let's go ahead and save this and let's see what is created in the front end. Here, let's simply refresh it and see serial number, company, first name and last name. Okay, so here if I just remove these table rows as of just for temporary purpose and save it and go back here and see. Perfect. So there are 4 cells. One, as of now, how many rows are there? Just one row we have created, and inside one row, how many table data? 1, 2, 3, 4 table data we have created. 1, 2, 3, 4 data. So let's go ahead and create the second row. This is done. Let's go ahead and create the second row. This is the second row. Okay. So how to create the second row? Let's create one row, table row, start and close, enter, and then how many table data is available inside it? 1, 2, 3, 4. Just like before we created 4 table data, we again will have to create 4 table data. How do we do that? Table data, start table data, close, and copy paste it 4 times because we need 4 table data. Perfect. So once this is done, we need to go ahead and add the values. Inside first table data, what is the value? 1. And then we have data value called as Microsoft. And then we have data value called as Bill. And then Gates. Perfect. So you understood this much. So let's go ahead and see on our browser. Perfect. 1, Microsoft, Bill and Gates. Perfect. Same way, let's go ahead and create our third row. Let's go ahead and create our third row. 2, Amazon, Jeff and Bezos. These are the 4 table data we need inside the third table row. So what do I need to do? I can simply copy paste and change the value, but don't do that. In the beginning, you need to type it manually so that it gets into your head what exactly we are doing. So first, this is the third row. To how to create a row? Again, table row, start and table row end. And then here, what do? We need to add table data. How many table data? 1, 2, 3 and 4. So table data start, table data close. Okay. Even like this you can write, but for my understanding it will be easy if it is in the same line for the table data. So what I'll do, I'll write 2 and then copy paste it 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 table data we need. And what is the value? Amazon. And what's the value of the third table data? Jeff. And what is the value of this fourth table data? It is Bezos. Perfect. So let me go ahead and save and let's verify it here. See, we have created 3 rows, 1, 2, 3. And how many table data? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 table data in each table row. Perfect. So this is also done. Now let's go ahead and add the fourth row. How do we add? Same, it's extremely easy. Start table row, end table row, and then table data, start, table data close. Again, we can type it 4 times again. Table data start at table data close. Table data start, table data close. Table data start and table data close 4 times. And then here, what is the value? 3, obviously serial number 3. And then Google. And then what? Larry Page. Larry, and then page. There is one more founder for the Google, but yeah, this is a dummy table, so I just took one name. Okay, then let's go ahead and click and save, and let's go back here and refresh to see or change. Perfect. So 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 4 rows, and in each row we have 1, 2, 3, 4 table data. So same way we'll go ahead and create our 5th row and 6th row as well. This is we have done, and then now let's go ahead and write our 5th row and 6th row. So 5th row, let me quickly add a row, table row, and then again 4 table data we need. How to add table data, start and table data, close, copy paste it again 3 times to add 4 table data we need to have, right? So what is the serial number of this next one? 4 is the serial number. Okay, so what is the company name? Company name is Meta, and then next table data is first name Mark, and next name is Zuckerberg. Let me just copy this text. Perfect. So we created one more table row. Let's go ahead and see. Perfect. So now what I'll do, I'll just copy this complete row. I'm just copying the one row, that's it. And I'll change the values. Table data for the last row. Okay, this is done. And what is the table data for the last, this one? It's 5, serial number 5. What's the company name? Tesla. And what's the founder's name? Elon. Last name is Musk. Save it. And then if you go back here and see Tesla, Elon Musk. Perfect. So we just now replicated the whole table. All right. Now if you remember, we added this style code here. Okay. So what if I remove this style code and save and go back to this page and refresh? What you will see? See, HTML table we have created, there is no doubt about it. But to understand this video in a better way, I added some styling to this particular table. There is a table, obviously there is a table, but you will not be able to see that table unless we add some colors and to its borders, right? So that is what this particular code is doing here. It is adding border color, and it is border width is 1 pixel, solid black. This is what we did so that we can understand this particular video, how cells and how rows are working. To understand that, I have added the styling. That's it. For this particular video, you just need to copy this and paste it. If you don't like black color, you change it to some other color. That's fine. And to understand this better, we will learn the style concept in our next course. That's the different thing. But rest assured, the table thing is this much only. So first thing is start table and close table, and then row wise you need to create the each and every row, each and every data. Row wise you need to go ahead and fill out the data. First you create the first row and then add data, second row and then add data, third row and then add data. Alright, so there is one more last concept that I need to explain here. It is, if you see in this page, this is different. This particular first row is different because it is a header of the particular table. But if you see here, how do you identify which one is header? The first thing should be identifiable easily, right? So for that we have a default tag called as, instead of using table data here in our first row, this is the first row, right? This text we have written inside the first row. So instead of table data, what you need to do? Table head. Okay. And then here as well, table head, th, table head, table head. Same way you need to close it, table head, close, table head, close, table head, close, table head, close. So this, what does it do is it will make a slight change so that it will tell HTML that this is a table head. So make it a little bit bolder, right? So it is easily understandable that okay, this is the header and this is the body of the table, right? So we clearly understood what is this table row, what is this table head, what is this table data, how to start writing tables, right? And I want you to go ahead and create this particular table for your practice. I have given this dummy, take a screenshot. First start with heading and then add first row, second row, first add first row and then second row and then third row, fourth row, fifth row, sixth, seventh row. There are total 7 rows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 rows are there. So now I want you to go ahead and practice this table and show me in the comments or Q&A section, right? I hope you have understood. So what are the key elements we have learned? Table tag and then table row and then table data and then table head. When to use this thing we have learned, and then styling we did because just to understand the concept, that's it. It is not mandatory, right? So anyways, we will understand styling in much more depth once we start our CSS course. So stay tuned. Thank you for watching this video and I hope you have understood clearly how to create tables, and after this video you should have no doubt at all because I have explained you extremely in detail that what exactly is table row, what is exactly table data, what exactly is table head, and when to use table tag as well, right? And we have successfully created this particular table. Now you should go ahead and see different examples of the tables and what kind of creativity you can do. And let's say what happens if I just remove 2 table data here. Just play around and see, and let's go here and see there are 2 table data missing. That's perfectly fine. If this particular row, second, third row doesn't have 2 data, it is perfectly fine. It is still intact, right? So this is how you go ahead and play around and see what you can come up with, and ask me questions if you get any doubts or if you have any queries, right? I'll try to answer as early as possible. So thank you very much for watching. Have a great day. We'll see you in another video with one more concept in HTML. Thank you very much for watching. Have a great day. Thank you. Hey guys, welcome back to GWiz Academy. Alright, so in our last video we have seen how to create HTML tables. Perfect. So till now I hope you have clearly understood every concept, right? Whatever has been taught till now. So now let's go ahead and learn one more interesting concept called as lists. You might have seen we need to create various kinds of list, right? List of articles, list of topics, list of this and that, whatnot. Whenever we create a web page or whenever we see on our website, there are a list of so many things presented in a different format. So how are those kind of lists created? So let's go ahead and see how to do that. So first thing is, as usual, go ahead and start create a new file and name it as chapter 13, and we are going to learn list in .html. Perfect. So let's create a HTML format here. Let's write a boilerplate, bracket open, and doc type declaration. Right, and then HTML start, HTML close, and then head start, head close, and then body start and body close. Perfect. So till now it is perfect. And again we need to have a title. Perfect, this makes sense. All right, so now let's go ahead and create lists. There are how many types of lists? In HTML, we have generally two types of list. One is ordered list and one is unordered list. And there is a special mention here called as description list. Description list. This we don't use generally, but still you should be knowing this. You should have this idea that there is three types of list in HTML. The most commonly used are two types. One is ordered list, one is unordered list, and one more is description type list. So let's go ahead and see how to create an ordered list, what is unordered list, and how to create this description. So let's click on save and let's see. Perfect. Let's click on save and let's go back to our pages here. Yeah. List and see what is it showing. All right. So this is the content that we just now added in our page. It has no tags or nothing. Perfect. Okay. So how to write ordered list? Let's learn how to write ordered list. Ordered list can be written. For that, we need to use a tag, as the name itself indicates, ordered list. Right? That's it. Order list start, order list close. Whatever you write inside this is called as ordered list. And how to write unordered list? Guess. Unordered list U, unordered list start, unordered close. That's it. Okay, so how do we write ordered list? We just use a tag called as OL. O stands for ordered, L stands for list. OL start, OL close. It is ordered list start, ordered list close. And then how to write unordered list? Unordered list start, UL close. That's it. And then same way, guess how we write description list? Description list start, description list close. That's it. It's as simple as that. So now let's go ahead and add some examples inside this. So this is, let's say, name 1, name 2, name 3, name 4, name 5, right? So this is just an example. I'm writing this like this. So let's go ahead and save it and go back to this page and refresh it. Name 1, name 2, name 3, name 4, name 5. These names I have written inside this ordered list tag. So there is some formatting. It looks neater. At least it's not looking as bad as this one, because this particular text I haven't used any tag. So HTML, this file doesn't know at all that what exactly this is. Is it a paragraph or is it a list or is it a link or what, heading or what? We don't know. So let's just remove it. At least this thing, our document knows that it is an ordered list, but this is not the way we write our list. Okay, so to write list, what we need to do inside ordered list or unordered list, wherever you write list item, these are called as list item. List item 1, list item 2, list item 3, list item 4, list item 5, each line. So for that you have one more tag called as list item, LI. Start, LI close. Paste it here. LI start, LI close. LI start, LI close. Again same way here. LI start, LI close. Same way here. LI start, LI close. And then you need to enter the item detail inside this. Not. Right? So what exactly we did? We created an ordered list. How do we write ordered list? How do we start ordered list? We just add a tag called as OL. Start, OL, close. Inside that, the list items, we call this as list item. The whole list is known as The whole part is called as list. From here to here we call it as a list. Which list exactly? Ordered list. This is an ordered list, and inside that every item we call it as a list item. So the tag called as li. Okay, so li1, li2, li3, li4, li5, li6. Yeah, so list item 1, list item 2, list item 3, list item 4, list item 5. So how does it look in the front end? Let's go ahead and save it and see. Now you will understand what exactly I meant when I say list, ordered list. Okay, so this might get confusing, so let me just 1 2 3 I'll remove it. Even the names I'll remove. Mango, orange, grapes, pineapple, what else? Melons. Perfect. So now you will understand what exactly is ordered list. Ordered list is a list which will have numbering by itself, 1 2 3 4 5. Whatever, if I add one more list item, I don't have to remember its numbering. It will add by itself. Next, fruit, name. See, if you refresh, it will add 6 by itself. I don't have to remember. So whatever it is, it might be 100 or 200, 300, whatever it is. Later on, if I come back and if I add one more fruit inside this, let's say random fruit, here inside this, after 1 year or 2 years, if I come back here and add one more thing, I don't have to remember and change the number of sequences. It will automatically adjust itself. See, random fruit came in the 4th number, right? So it will perfectly orderly calculate sequences and assign a numbering for it. And this is what, so this is what is called as ordered list. So the same thing, I'll copy the same content. I'll not make any changes to this content of the list items. I'll copy the same items. What if I put it inside the unordered list tag? This is an unordered list, right? UL. So what happens if I paste it here inside unordered list? The same list items, I'll paste it inside the unordered list UL tag. Okay, so let's go ahead and save, and we'll come here and refresh and see what happens. Mango, orange, grapes, random fruit, pineapple, watermelons, and next fruit name. So this is called as unordered list. This is called as an ordered list. We get a sequences clearly, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Here we don't get any sequences. We just get this marker that represents that this is a new item, list item. So the list items are not ordered in a sequence. That's the reason we call it as unordered list. Here the numbering is assigned and displayed on a front end as well. So we call it this as a ordered list. It's as simple as that. There is no rocket science in this one. So what are the tags that we learned? The tags that we learned is ordered list, OL, unordered list, UL, and the one more is DL, description list, that we will see in some time. So inside that, every list item we need to mention it inside a tag called as list item, LI tag. Okay, so this is how you create ordered list. This is how you create unordered list. Now let's go ahead and see what is description list, DL. So here we don't use LI like other two. So here we don't use LI like we did in these two list items. So what we do is description list, in the sense whenever we want to add some more detail to particular list item. This is a mango is a list item. So if I want to add more description to this particular list item, then I will have to use DL type of list. So let's see with the same example. So first thing is, first there is a tag called as description title, and then description data. Okay, description title and data. Title is, let's say title is mango, and description data is this is a description data. This is called king of fruits, right? And then second list item, what it is? Description title. What it is? Orange. Description title and description data. So what is the description data? What we can write? This is a citrus fruit with vitamin C. Let's go ahead and save. And again, one more list item. Description title, start, title, close, grapes. And what is the description data? Description data, we can write wines are made from grapes. So just a random text. So whenever we want to pass additional details about a particular list item, such type of list, in case if whenever we want to create, at that time we use this type of list called as description list. Description stands for D and L for list, right? So in that, each list item will have two tags. One is description title, description data, description title, description data, DT and DD, right? So let's go ahead and save and see in our front end how exactly this differentiates from the other two. So description title, description data, description title and description data. So to make it more understandable, you can just add this symbol. Right? Description title, description data, description title and data, title, data. We rarely use this. I haven't used it in my 6 years of experience, real world experience. I haven't used this particular tag, but yeah, you will have to know it, and wherever it is needed or wherever the demand comes, you should be in a position to apply it for your client projects as well, right? So I hope you clearly understood what exactly is list and how to create lists in HTML. The first thing is list item. List item should be referred as li tag with li tag, and whenever you place it within this unordered list tag, it becomes an ordered list. Whenever you placed it in ordered list tag, it becomes ordered list, right? So yeah, that's it. So I hope you understood what is list and how to use list, what are these 3 types of list, and if you have any questions, please let me know, right? So thank you very much for watching. Have a great day, and we'll see you in the next video. Thank you. Hey guys, welcome back to GWiz Academy. So now let's go ahead and learn about inline and block elements, our 14th chapter, right? So what exactly do I mean when I say inline and block elements? Let me show you some examples and you will understand what exactly this is. And this concept of inline and block elements is very useful when it comes to CSS styling, which you will automatically understand it once we enter into that particular course. For now, it is important for you to understand what exactly is inline and what exactly is block elements. What exactly I wanted to convey. So let's see from examples. For that, let's first thing what we need to do is let's go ahead and create our chapter as we do. Chapter 14 underscore inline and block .html. I rename it correctly. HTML. Perfect. So before that, let's go ahead and create our HTML boilerplate. How to do that? First declare doc type and HTML, and then we need to start HTML, end HTML, start head, end head, and then we have start body and body, And then inside head we'll write our title, chapter 14, HTML inline and block elements. Perfect. So now this is done. Let me save it. And yeah, here first thing is I need to add a heading. Let me just add h2 here, saying inline elements, and then h1 block elements, or let's say yeah. So p paragraph, let me add a paragraph. This is a dummy. Okay, so here I just need some dummy content over here. Perfect. So let me go ahead and save it, and let's see how does it look in our browser. Okay, so our title is being displayed over here, so maybe I made some mistake in writing title. Okay, so title is being displayed correctly. Now this is the paragraph. Okay, so just see what exactly I wanted to tell. Now when I add p tag, this is considered as a paragraph, right? Let me close it a little bit. Okay, so when I write this paragraph, it is taking complete space from here to here, from the leftmost part of the browser to rightmost end. It is taking complete area, right? So now let's say what will happen if I add one more tag called b tag. B tag, what it is? It is it is used to make words, let's say, bolder. So let's say if I add a b tag over here and around this particular paragraph, this two words, just these two words. Okay, if I make this just one or two words, as if I just add b tag start and b tag close around this particular two words. So if I save it, let's see if there is any change in the structure of our page. See, there is no change in the space, there is no change in the structure of our page, but the effect is being the b tag is working, right? It has made our paragraph, it has made our two words bolder, but there is no change in the structure of this page, this component. But the same thing, if I add, let's say right below this, if I add p tag, one more paragraph tag, if I go ahead and add here around this two words itself, let's see if there is any change in the structure. If I refresh now, okay, it is completely disturbing our structure of this particular component, right? It is creating a new line. And if you observe, I added b tag within this particular component, within this particular paragraph, but it just did its work and it did not affect any structural changes, right? It did not resulted into any structural changes. But when I'm using paragraph tag here, what it just did is it is adding a new separate line to this paragraph. Same way, let me go ahead and add one more tag called as anchor tag that we use for creating our links, right? So let me add this anchor tag around this paragraph word. And what else? We need to add attribute, right? href attribute. Let's just add a dummy URL, pound symbol. Just it will act as a link, but it is a dummy link, right? And one more target underscore blank, in the sense it will get opened in a new tab, but yeah, we are just using it as a blank dummy link, so we don't have to add this attribute. This is optional now. By default it will take self parameter. So now if I save it, what I did, I just added a anchor tag around the two words. Now let's see, does it make any change in the structure? It is adding a link here, dummy paragraph. If I click on it, it doesn't work anyways, but it did not make any changes to this particular paragraph. It just got applied, right? It is just getting applied. So here if you see, I added b tag, it is just getting applied. It is not making any structural change. It is not adding any new line. If I add anchor tag, it is also getting applied, but it is not making any structural changes to this particular paragraph. But when I added a p tag, it is making a structural change. It just brought this particular two words into a new line in itself, right? So what if I go ahead and add one more tag called as div? Generally we use div to create a section. So if I add this div element around these two words, paragraph, and save it. So let's see what happens. Oh, so it just created a new, it's simply created a new, this dummy paragraph is inside this div element. So what happened is it broke this particular structure and brought the two words around which the div tag is there into a new separate line. So what examples we saw here is, there are 4 examples that we saw. First is p tag, and then we saw b tag, and then we saw a tag, anchor tag to create link, and then we saw div tag. So what is the similarities between these 4 and what is the differences between these 4? If I want to group these, then I can say that p tag broke the structure, it brought the element to a new line, and the same way even div. See here, p tag broke the structure and brought these two words into a new line. Same way div tag broke the structure and brought it to the new line. See, dummy paragraph, right? So what I'll do, I'll group these two into one type of tags, one category of tags. And here b tag. So b tag, what it did, what it does here is it gets applied, but it doesn't make any structural change. Means it is taking only the space that is needed. It is not taking full width. Whereas paragraph tag is taking full width from left to right completely. Even the div is taking left to right completely. Whereas this a tag that I applied here, it is just taking the space that is needed. It is not creating a whole separate line. It is not taking from left to right browser. Same way, even b tag is not taking from left to right. So what we can say, this b tag and a tag comes under category called as inline elements, and those elements that are taking complete screen horizontally, in the sense from leftmost part to rightmost part of the browser, then we call it as a block elements or block level elements. Inline elements and block elements. So this is useful so that you style. Actually, this concept is useful when you enter into CSS course, but at that time when you are expected to implement style. At that time you cannot go back and learn what is inline element, what is block element. But so this is the time when you should understand what exactly is block element, what exactly is inline element, what is the difference between inline and block element, right? So let's say if I can style these elements and show you some differences, but yeah, that is not needed as of now. We will go in depth and learn about styling and all those stuff later on in our CSS course. If I show it now, you might get confused or get overwhelmed and all those things, right? So there are so many elements, there are so many tags, there are so many elements. Whatever tags in an HTML, every tag is called as elements, okay, from start to finish, from start tag to finish tag. So these elements can be either two types of elements, either inline elements or block level elements. Whenever we say block level elements, they take entire space horizontally from leftmost browser to rightmost side of the browser, from left to right. See, the div took the complete line, it needs complete line from left to right. Even paragraph needs complete line from left to right. But B tag, bold tag that we use here doesn't take left to right, it did not create a new line here. And even the anchor tag that we used did not create a full new line here. So what does it mean? Inline elements takes space that is needed. See, what is it? Takes space that's just needed. Whereas here takes space that's space from left to right. So every time you add this element, it will consume a new line, right? I hope you understood this point. Okay, so I'll add BR here so that it is understandable. I'll add BR as well here. Let me go ahead and save and see. Inline elements and block level elements. Okay, let me add P around here so that it is visible in the front end as well. See, this is not a code from here to here. This is not a code. It is just for your reference. Okay. I'm adding P tag because it is can be viewed from the front end as well. Right? Why is this space created here? Why is this gap created here? Because I added two tags and BR as well and P tag as well. That's the reason it is creating space. But anyways, this is for your reference from here to here. See, what exactly is inline elements? There are two examples of inline elements. One is B tag, one is A tag, and inline elements doesn't need new line. It just takes the space that what is required for itself. But block level elements is nothing but it will take a full entire line of space, in the sense complete horizontal extremes from left to right of the browser. It needs complete space. So if you add one more P tag, it will take one more line. So that is the main point, and it is useful when we go in our CSS course and when we start styling the element, when we want to add colors, backgrounds and all those things. It is very important. This concept is very important. So I hope you understood this. And you might ask me that what are the other examples? How many inline elements are there? How many block level elements are there? So you can ask, there are so many elements in HTML, right? So how do I identify? Identification is very simple. From left to right, if it is taking a complete space, then it is block level elements. If it is taking just the space that is needed, it is inline element. But for your reference, there are list of elements that I have created. I have took reference from W3 schools. There was a ready-made list available on their website. So I just thought of pasting it here so that it is useful for your reference as well. Since after this course or inside this course, you will have this sheet shared with you so that you can, whenever you want, you can just come back here and refer See, block level elements, almost around 29 elements are there, and inline elements, there are around 33 references are there. So you can go ahead and see. So block level elements are address, article, and all those things. DD, div element, DL, DT, right? So even LI and HR is a block level element. And in inline element, A or code, site, button, BR, right? Abbreviation, acronym, tags, object, map. So later on, when we start building our project, we will try to use as much as tags possible so that you get a hang of all these tags as well, right? So even this sheet will be shared with you, so you can go ahead and click on these links and visit for your reference, right? The main focus of this particular video was to make you understand what exactly is inline element and what exactly is block level elements, right? So I hope this concept is clear, and if you did not understand, make sure to watch this video once again, because this is very useful, and in our CSS course we will make use of it. So I'll not be repeating once again at that point. So make sure you get this right here itself, okay? And you don't have to by heart these, you don't have to memorize all these tags. That is of no use. You just need to know that these tags exist, and reference will be always available for you and whenever you want to use. And to identify whether it is inline or block, you just apply and see whether it is taking a new line, then it is block level element. If it is not taking a new line, then it is inline element. That's it. It is the just practice and identify for yourself, right? So yeah, that's it for this video. Thank you very much for watching, and our next video will learn about iFrames, right? Thank you. Have a great day. Hey guys, welcome back to GWiz Academy. In this video, we are going to learn about iFrames. So what exactly this iFrame is, and why we use it, and why we should not use it. All those things we'll see. But before that, let me quickly show you what exactly I mean when I say iFrames. So I have just created an example, a demo for this video purpose. Let me go to my folder here and open in the browser and see what exactly I mean. iFrame. So here, if you click on this open Geeky Web Wizards, you will see that this box got updated with this particular website. This is the file that I just created, iframe example.html, and this is a box that I have created, and inside this box I can open a whole different website in itself. And if you see, if you click on GWiz Academy, what happens? Wow. So GWiz Academy website gets opened within this particular box. So this particular box, we call it as iFrame. Using this iFrame tag in HTML, we can display other website inside our web pages. Either you can display the whole website like this, or any certain part of the particular website you can display, right? Now, there are some techniques by using which you can restrict other developers and stop them using your website on their web pages, but that's a different aspect. That's a security concern and all those things. But yeah, for now, all you need to know is what exactly iFrame is and how to create iFrame in HTML, right? So let's go ahead and create our own iFrame once again in this video, right? So let's go back to our editor and let's create a file, and the name of the file will be ch15 underscore iframe.html, right? Perfect. Now let's write the boilerplate HTML doc type declaration, and then HTML start, HTML close, head start, head close, and then body start, body close. And inside head we have title, start and title close. So title will be chapter 15 frames in HTML. Perfect. So let's go ahead and save it and let's see. Let's open our chapter 5 on our web browser. Perfect. So it is completely blank. So now let's see. Let's try to write a iframe code. So how to write this iframe code? To write this iframe code, all you need to do is we have this tag called as iframe. Tag open, iframe, close the tag, and you need to tell this tag what to show inside this particular iframe. So I'll say src. Src represents, this is an attribute that we need to pass inside the iframe. Src is equals to, and the URL will be, let's open a website here, GWiz. This is a website. Let me copy the whole URL and come back here, and inside this src I'll add the URL of this particular website, right? Let me quickly save and go back to this page that we just now created. What did we do? We wrote a one-line code, iframe and start iframe close, and inside iframe I just mentioned what website to display inside this particular iframe, right? So let's see, and if it works. Perfect. As you can see, the website is being pulled up. But if you see this particular document, the box is very big. The frame, from now we will call it as a frame, not box. So this frame is big, but here it's small. So how to change that? We have one more parameter called as width. Width can be, let's say, 1200 pixels. It's not pixel exactly, 1200 points. And then height can be auto. Let's see how it shows here. Okay, so I guess height auto doesn't look nice. So let's add some value over here, around, let's say, 500 pixels. And then if you come here, it's not exactly pixels. We can add a style parameter and add width and height, where we can add pixels or EM or VH. But now, for now, let's say, yeah, this is fine. This looks neat and clean. So what if I need to add more websites? Here I have added, let's say, like I added one frame, and here I have 4 links, and if I click on any particular link, that particular website is getting open, right? How is that possible? In HTML we can do that. How? I'll show you now, right? So this is one website. So all you just need to do is replace the URL, and that particular website will be displayed in that particular frame. So here one more parameter I would like to add here, that is good for screen readers. Screen readers in the sense Google SEO or SEO bots, or for accessibility, increasing the accessibility rules. There are some norms nowadays to increase the accessibility of the website. So screen readers will need this title so that they can read it aloud. So what we need to do is title, we can add, this is iframe website, random, any title, that so that the screen readers will understand what exactly is this particular element is being shown inside this particular element. So now here, right below this iframe, let me just quickly click. Let's go ahead and check whether if it is working or not. Let me close this box as well, this tabs. Yeah, let me refresh. Okay, perfect. So till now it is working perfectly fine. So now what we'll do, we'll add some links in the bottom here, so that if I click on particular link, that website should be opened in this particular frame. See, this is this particular box. Okay, so yeah, links can be added in this fashion. See, you might have in our chapter 5 we learned how to add links. How to add links? We use anchor tag, right? Anchor tag start, anchor tag close, and then href, and then target parameter, but here let's keep target. Let's not use target parameter, right? So here what I'll do, I'll just add URLs of my other websites, GWizAcademy.com, PS GWizAcademy.com, and then one more link I'll add. That is GWizWebHosting.com, right? And then one more link in which geekywebwizards.com, so that we can go back to this particular URL. And then one more link I'll add, let's say Amazon.com. Perfect. So let me click on save and let's go back to our page and refresh it. We don't see anything over here. Why? Because the visible parameter, the links are available, but visible, it's not visible. So I'll write it here, go to GWiz Academy, and then I'll write go to GWiz web hosting, and then I'll write go to Geeky Web Wizards, and then here I'll write go to Amazon, right? Click on save and let's go back here and refresh. See, go to GWiz Web Hosting, go to Amazon and GWiz Academy. So it is not structured in a proper way. So what I'll do, I'll add a, let's say, div element. Why will I add a div element? Because div needs a complete new line. So because if you have watched this chapter 14, you will understand A is a inline element, which is taking only a space that is needed. It is not taking a full line, but I need it full line. I want these links to take full line. So what I need to do, I need to add these links inside a block level element. See, div start and div close. These links, I'll format it like this. Now what will happen? At least the links will be displayed in a new line. Let's see whether if it works or not. Refresh it. Perfect. So the links are not continuing from here. It is starting from a new line. But again, these links are not well aligned. All the links are getting amended to each other, and it doesn't look like proper structure. I want it in a list format. So there are two ways how to do that. So one is you copy this and paste it here. There are two ways how to do. First thing is, what you can do is you can add a BR tag, so that whatever you add after this, it will come on a new line. BR, and then BR. If you click on save and see, there are two methods I'll show you. So this is how Amazon, Geeky Web Wizards, GWiz Web Hosting, GWiz Academy, right? This is fine. But I want to make it in a list format. You can also use list format. How to use that? So to add a list, in our list chapter, what did we learn? There are two types of list: ordered list, unordered list. So I'll use ordered list. How to add an ordered list? OL. That's it, start and end. And then inside which we will have LI, in the sense list item, right? LI, list item. List item 1, list item 2, list item 3, list item 4, because we have 4 links to display. So what I'll do, I'll copy the complete A tag and paste it inside this. I'll copy again this complete A tag and paste it under second list item. I'll copy this complete A tag and paste it inside the third list item. Same thing we'll do for Amazon link as well. Paste it inside the fourth link item. Just to make sure there is a gap between these two div elements, what I'll do, I'll add a break. Now let's refresh and see. This is a normal links that is divided, in the sense new line is created by using br tag. But a proper structure, this looks neater, right? A list is created here, it is properly formatted because li tag is a block level element, ol is a block level element, div is a block level element. So it is properly structured. So what I'll do, I'll just remove this part. This is not a best practice. Well, it's debatable, but still I prefer using list so that it is very well organized. So let me click on save and refresh it and see. Perfect. Okay, so the lists are created perfectly. So if I click on GWiz Academy or GWiz web hosting or GWiz or Amazon, it will take me to that particular website. See, but I don't want to go to this website. I want to show this particular website in that particular box that I have created. In that particular frame itself, I want to see the whole website. Same way it will happen for GWiz web hosting, Geeky Websites or Amazon. If I click on that, it will take me to that particular external website. But I don't want my users to go to external website. Rather, I want that particular website to be opened in this particular iframe itself. How to do that? That can be done by using a nomenclature or the attributes called as name and target. See, what exactly this means is, here we have written a iframe code, right? So this iframe code, I will assign one tag. What is a tag? Name is equals to double inverted comma open, double inverted comma close. Name, give some random name. My first iframe, right? This name has to be unique, in the sense wherever we call this particular name, our document knows that, okay, this guy is referring to this particular iframe. Okay, now this much is clear. We assigned this particular tag a name. Fine. And then you are writing a link over here, isn't it? So the target, what you need to do, add target, and here instead of these parameters, write this particular name, target, paste it. Again, copy this whole target, and inside this particular second link as well, paste it. Inside the third link as well, paste it. Inside the fourth link as well, paste it. In the sense, why do we use target? Target is used so that we can tell browser to where to open this particular website, this particular link, right? Target self, target new tab, or target blank, whatever it is. So now I'm telling that, hey, don't go to some different tab or some different self, replace yourself. Rather, you open this particular link inside this particular iframe, and the iframe name is my first iframe. Inside this particular iframe, open this link. I just ordered the code using code. Now let me click on save, and I'll go back here, refresh this button. Let's try if it works. If I click on GWiz Academy, it started opening GWiz Academy website inside my iframe. If I click on GWiz web hosting, it will now show GWiz web hosting website on my iframe. If I click on Geeky Web Wizards, it will show my Geeky Web Wizards website inside the iframe, right? Now, so you understood what is iframe, how to use iframe, how to pull a particular website into the iframe, how to set width and height, okay, and why we use title. Title is used for screen readers purpose. And then random links we can write. This is plain HTML that we learned in other videos, but the main concept that we have learned here is how to open this particular link inside the iframe by just using this target attribute. We already know what is target attribute. So inside target attribute, we tell this code to open this particular link inside this particular iframe by assigning the iframe a name, and name should be pulled from here, right? So by this way, you can create multiple lists of links which can be easily accessed here, and once upon clicking that, the particular website will get opened here. Now coming to the final part of the video, if you click on Amazon, it will not open. If we create, let's say, if you create one more link called as google.com, right? If you click on Google, still the error will come. So what does this mean? This means some websites online are accessible through iframe. Some websites are not accessible through iframes. How? That's a different scenario. That's a different aspect altogether that you don't have to worry about as of now, because it comes under a web security, and with HTTPS protocol we block certain X iframe configuration so that people cannot use our website's component or resources on their website without our consent. Even if that particular code, if I add on these GWiz Academy, GWiz Web Hosting, or GGG Web Wizards website, even these three websites will not be accessible through iframe. But I haven't done that. Right? So, but some big corporates do use it, because see, it is a security threat, obviously, because let's say if you are able to pull Amazon website into an iframe, then people can do a lot of bad things, right? They can try to mimic like Amazon website. If I have this rakeshkumar.com, and if I can style this border and remove this complete border, you know, I can just make this iframe look complete, take complete screen, and I'll remove these borders, and then if someone clicks on rakeshkumar.com, Amazon website gets opened, and people can purchase, people can navigate to all the websites, all the pages of that particular website easily. So that is a security threat for Amazon.com, right? People can be misguided. So to avoid those kind of security threats, they implement some security solutions like iframe code. We have some parameters called which is used to deny that kind of requests. So we will see later on in our different courses, maybe in security courses or something, a web security course. For now, all you need to understand is some websites are not accessible and some websites are accessible. All you need to know is YouTube is accessible. YouTube video you can embed on your website using iframe. So you now know what is target, how to open a link within the iframe by using the attribute called as name and target, and then you know what is src, source, width, height, and iframe, right? So I hope you have understood clearly. I know there are a lot of concepts covered in a single video, but it is very easy. I want you to watch this video 2 to 3 times so that it gets into your head. Or if you don't want to watch, start implementing and you will automatically get questions. And once you refer the video once again, it will be, it will settle down and it will get into your head. You'll understand those concepts clearly. So yeah, thank you very much for watching. This is what iframe is, and we'll see you in the another video. We'll see you in the next video with one more concept in HTML, right? So thank you very much for watching. Have a great day. We'll see you in the next video. Thank you. Hey guys, welcome back. So in our last video, we have seen how to create iframes, right? So let's move on to our next chapter, that is comments. So let's see in this video, how do we write comments and why comments are important whenever we are creating a program or whenever we are coding. Many times what happens is there are some information or details about some particular code snippet. Let's say this is iframe. The last chapter that we had just did, it was iframe, right? Yeah, let me first thing that we need to do is go ahead and create our chapter 16 underscore comments.html. Alright, so I need some dummy data over here. So what I'll do is I'll just copy this iframe, whatever we did here. I'll copy this code, complete thing from start to end, and then I'll just paste it inside the comments part. Okay, perfect. So now, so let's say you have created this particular page or web page, you have written this all this code, okay, markup language, markup stuff you have written, and then you want to share it to someone else. You want to, let's say some other developer wants to work on some other part. You have created, let's say if you are working in a company and your work was to create an iframe like this, and you just need to pass on to the next team that will work on some other component. Let's say they will work on creating tables, or they will create list or something else. So what you need to do is you need to add a comment over here stating that this is my work, or let's say what you can write is this is an iframe code, right? However, you don't want this particular sentence to be displayed in the front end. Right now what will happen is if you save it, and if I go to my comments page and open it in a browser, what we will see, this is an iframe code, but the client doesn't want this to be shown on a front end. It is not of his interest, or it is not of their interest. It is not what the end product should look like. Okay, this thing is for developers reference, so that the developers can understand what exactly this is. From line, let's say line 11 to line 21. Okay, so if you save it, this is for developers reference. It is for myself. I have written it so that I will understand that, okay, this from line 11 to line 21 is the iframe code. So same way I'll write one more comment. Let's say this is lists, or let's say unordered list code from line 24 to line 34, so that it is easy for me to understand what exactly this part of code is. Here it is just HTML, plain HTML, so it is easily understandable. But what happens in future is, let's say if you are writing a complex code that is not easily understandable in the sense what exactly it is doing, so that if you have this helping comments as well, then it is easy for anyone who is reading that particular code or trying to modify a particular code. It will be easy for them to understand what exactly this is doing. Generally we do add comments, so that it is also considered as a best practice, so that it is not the whole code, because let's say the whole HTML page or the file you have written is of 200 lines. So you won't understand from which line to which line what exactly it is doing, from which line to which line what exactly it's doing. For iframe we have written code from 11 to 21, and for list we are writing code from 24 to 34. This will help you in, let's say if you come back after 6 months and see the code and you want to just change some part of list or some part of iframe, you will correctly know, okay, if you have commented it that line 11 to line 21 belongs to iframe, then you will understand clearly that, okay, I need to just disturb this, I need to modify this particular code. That's it, to achieve my result. Else what will happen, you will have to go through all the 100 lines of code, and then you will understand what exactly you have written past 6 months ago, and then you will have to edit. So that is the reason we do add comments. Now this, once you added comment, you don't want to show it in the front end. So that is a challenge. But here if you see, it is getting displayed. This first comment is also getting displayed, and the second comment will also get displayed over here. See, this is the unordered list code. So what we need to do here, we need to make sure that this comment is available only in the backend, but it should not get displayed in the front end. How to do that? We have a HTML tag for that, which is called comment tag, and which we use it so that we can comment out the HTML part. How to do that? All you need to do is open this angle bracket and then exclamatory mark and then double hyphen, and then as you can see, everything is kind of disabled, right? So what you need to do, this is a start of comment, angle bracket, invert exclamatory mark and double hyphen, and then after the comment closes, what you need to do, double hyphen again and then close the angle bracket. As soon as you do it, if you can see it here, you will slightly observe that it is slightly diminished, right? It is not emphasized now. This code is getting activated, but this particular part is not activated. Same way, what we need to do, we need to add comment here as well. So start comment, how to do that? Angle bracket open, exclamatory mark, double hyphen, and then once the comment is completed, double hyphen and close the angle brackets, right? So if you do this and save it, now if you go to the front end and if you refresh and see, those two comments won't display. See, it's not available over here and it's not available over here. We are just serving what is needed in the front end, and we have added comments so that the developers like us, whenever it is for my reference or it is for any developer's reference, whoever comes later and tries to modify this particular part of code, right? So this is how we comment. We do commenting. Generally, it is a best practice that you always add comments and tell yourself or the other developer what exactly you are going to write below. That is how that is considered as a best practice. So now there is a shortcut if you are using Visual Studio Code or some other editor. What you need to do is you need to click on Control and /. Type, you need to press Control and /. It will automatically create a comment for you, and then you add comment here inside this tag. Once again, what is the shortcut? Control and /. Control plus /. Will create a comments tag for you. Okay, so I hope you understood why commenting is important and how to comment it manually and using by shortcut as well, right? So thank you very much for watching. Have a great day. It is a very small concept, but it is extremely useful. So see, we are not trying to use any shortcuts, and I'm not trying to mix up concepts within each chapters. So one concept at a time, one concept in one chapter, right? So that it is easily understandable and every concept gets imbibed into your brain. So thank you very much for watching. Have a great day. We'll see you in the next video. Thank you. Hey guys, welcome back to GWiz Academy. So in our last video, we have clearly seen how to add comments to our HTML page or HTML document. Perfect. So now in this video, we'll go to another concept that is called as images. How to use images in our HTML document. Obviously, without image, no website is available on the internet, right? For any or every web page that you see or any website that we see, let's say GWiz Academy. Let's open GWiz Academy. Okay, so if this is a website, just for an example, if this is a website, then as you can see, there is a background image that we have used, and we have used thumbnails, right, cover images, and then we have used this image over here as a hero section image. So generally the thing is, we generally use images on our website, and in this video we'll learn how to use image on any HTML page or any HTML document. Till now we have learned other concepts like how to comment, how to use iframe, favicon, tables, style attributes, line breaks, and all those things. But now in this video we'll learn about image, how to add image to our website or web page, right? So for that demonstration purpose, we need an image, right? So what I'll do is I'll just download this particular image, open this image in a new tab. Okay, so this is an image. So what I'll do, I'll save it. Let's say demo image, and let's save it as a demo image here. Where do I save it? Let's save it on the same folder where we are working on this files, right? My HTML course, the same we have created. If you remember, we have created a images folder, right? So in that images folder, I'll add this particular image. Perfect. So it's in the form of PNG or JPEG, whatever it is, you can embed it. Even GIF image file also you can embed on your web pages. So let's go ahead and see. Let's try to add a code that will embed an image in our web page. So for that, first thing that we need to do is create a chapter. New file, ch17, chapter 17, images.html. Right. So there is this one thing that we need to update in chapter 16. What we did is we copied content from iFrames, right? So here in titles, it might get confused. In title, we didn't change anything. It should be chapter 16, and it should be writing comments in HTML. Perfect. So now going back to our images file, let's add boilerplate, angle bracket open, exclamatory mark, doc type declaration, HTML, and then we have start HTML, close HTML, and then again we'll have start head, close head, and then start body and close body, right? So once this is done, we'll add title, close title. So it is chapter 17, adding images to web page in HTML, right? So this is clear till now, and now let's go ahead and write code that we need to use so that image gets added in this particular page. So first thing is, let's go ahead and see this folder. These are the chapters. This is the image file that we just now created, and where is the image, actual image? It is available inside the folder. It is in the same directory. We have a folder called as images, and inside images we have a file demo image.png, right? So here, if you see it in a browser, there's nothing over here, right? Because we haven't added any content. Perfect. So how to add image? All you need to do is just use one tag called as image, angle bracket open, img, and then close it. That's it. It's as simple as that. Use this tag to add image. Now, how to add image? All you need to do is you need to tell what image you want to add, and how to tell that. Same in anchor tag. What we used to do, we used to pull a source, right, from where you want to pull an image. So same thing we'll do here also. We'll use src, that's an attribute, and then equals to double inverted comma open, double inverted comma close, and then within the quotation mark we will tell the path where exactly the image is. Where is the image? It's in a folder called as images, and then inside images, which one exactly? Demo image.png, right? Now, then what exactly you need to do? You need to add alt text. Maybe sometimes what happens is this link is expired, or let's say if the image got deleted from our server, something happens, something wrong happens with our image file, then still the browser, we should know, right, what exactly, which image was here. We should understand it from the front end as well. So what we do, we add alt text. It is also useful for SEO purpose as well, because browsers will understand which image it is. This image, or let's say this is a demo image. So this alt text is nothing but a alternate text. If in case image doesn't display in the front end, show this particular text. Let's say if I make some mistake here, IMGE in spelling mistake, spelling error, whatever it is, let me save it and let me go back to the front end and see what it shows. The image will not be pulled, right? This is a demo image. See, because image got broken or image is not getting pulled, then we see this alt text. But what if the correct what if the source file is correct and image is perfectly fine? Then this doesn't show up, alt text doesn't show up. Refresh it. Okay, let me 1 second. Just demo image. Okay, there is some issue. Let me try to add some width, let's say 300 pixels, and height also 400 pixels. Save. The URL is correct, but there is some issue. What exactly it is? Let's see. Let's try to figure it out. Okay, so we need to remove this / over here, and then it will enter into images folder, and then it will enter into, it will target the right folder, right image. Perfect. So we have image over here right now, and alt text is not getting displayed, right? And we need to update this width parameter as well. Let's say we'll keep it 500 pixels so that it doesn't look very much stretched. Perfect. And height can be auto. Let's see. Yeah, perfect. So what are the attributes that we used? Source attribute, which will tell exactly where the image is located, and then we have alternate text. This text will display when image is not working. If in case image is deleted or image is renamed or whatever happens, then alt text is very useful, and it is very important for SEO purpose as well. Width and height is as usual. The name itself indicates that this is used for width and this is used for height. Height, I have set parameter as an auto because it will adjust itself based on the width that we need. It will automatically adjust the aspect ratio. So this is how we add image to our HTML file, right? So what if, you might ask, there is a link. We want to make a feature where you have a link. Let's say this is a link. Go to GWiz Academy. So this is a link, and I want this link to be an image where if someone clicks on this particular let's say let me create an image link here, href, and https gwizacademy.com, target blank, right? So what it does here, if you refresh it, This is a link. Okay, so if someone clicks on this, they are being taken, they will be redirected to GWiz Academy website. So what if I want to make this particular image also as a link? If someone clicks on this link, it will redirect us to this particular website. You might have seen in ads, right, in Facebook ads or in Instagram ads, wherever there will be an image, and if someone clicks on that, they will be redirected to the shopping page or checkout page, right? So how does it work? So how to make this particular image as a link? All you need to do is just copy, and here instead of this particular text, what you need to do is remove this text and paste your image. That's it. Save, and let's go back here, refresh. See, now it is a link. If I click on this particular image, it is taking me to the website. So now we have created an ad or dummy ad, whatever you can say, right? So I can make this kind of ads. I can link on different parts of my website so that it will take people to different other websites or different pages of the same website. Now, one more important thing is, let's say if this is a page. Let me open this one real quick. Okay, so if I want to use this particular image, I'll open image in a new tab. Okay, so what I'll do, if you see here, this is the path of this particular image in my server, in GWiz Academy server. It is inside this particular path. So what I'll do, what if I don't want to download the image? If the image is not available with me, I want to use images of different websites. So what I'll do, instead of this, so here I'll add a comment. What comment I can add? I can add, this is image within a link, and image is stored on same server or say locally. Now what I want to do is, one more comment I'll add here. Here let's pull image directly from online websites. How to do that? It's as simple as that. What you need to do, just copy this particular tag, image tag, paste it here, and then what you need to do, go back to this web page. You know the source file of this particular image, right? Else what you can do is, you can just right click and click on copy image link, or you can say, you can copy this particular link and come back here, and if I paste it inside the source and save it, let's see if it works or not. Refresh. I should be able to see one more image over here, right? It is getting displayed. So both are getting displayed on side by side because a tag is a what? A tag is a inline block element. Image is also inline block element. So what we need to do here, let's say we can add a div element just to create a section, and paste it here. And now what will happen? Let's see. It will get here, right? So yeah, I hope now you understood how we can use images on our website. Now you can play around with the dimensions, you can play around with make it big or small, or you can also make it circular, or you can add a border radius. All those things we can do, and we will do it very soon when we start learning about CSS. But now we know how to use image using HTML, right? So thank you very much for watching. Have a great day. We'll see you in the next video with one more concept in HTML. Thank you. Hey guys, welcome back to GWiz Academy. So in this video, I am going to introduce you one more concept that I want you to know and have an understanding. See, what I have done is I have searched Google for GWiz Academy. As soon as I search this term, it starts showing me some details about this particular website or whatever result it is getting displayed. How this browser, how Google knows that whenever someone searches for this particular keyword called as GWiz Academy, what to display. It depends on so many algorithms, but a very basic thing is maybe the GWiz Academy website owner, in the sense our team, have added this particular keyword. This is a keyword. GWiz Academy is a keyword for this Google browser. For this browser, this is a keyword. It is considered as keywords, and these are the search results. And here this is a page title and this is a page description. Home is a page title. GWiz Academy is a page title. And from here, this particular text is a page description. Maybe our team members have added this description, title and keywords in a meta tag, so that the browser is able to understand, okay, for this keyword I need to show this particular title and this particular description. This is a detail that I need to show about this particular page. Similarly, on YouTube as well, these links and these images are getting displayed. How is it done? It is done by automatically. YouTube has some fields to add keywords and titles and images. It passes on some additional detail to browser as well, right? Many times what you see here as a search result are not displayed in the particular website. In a website, what is displayed, whatever we write inside the body is getting displayed in the website. But the browser needs some more information so that it can list your website correctly. It can show your website to correct audience. So we need to pass on some additional details so that the machines can read our website or web pages and understand what exactly this is and when to show and how to show, and what are the details that it can show. So there is an option in HTML where we can add those details, and that is what is called as meta tag, right? By using meta tag, we add additional information that is helpful for browsers to understand more about our web page. So let's go ahead and see it in practical implementation. So let's first create a new chapter called as meta. It is not the Facebook meta, right? It is a metadata tag that we will be seeing in some time. So meta.html. Now let's go ahead and add our boilerplate, open angle brackets and add the doc type declaration, and then HTML flows, start HTML, end HTML, start head, end head, and then start body and end body. Perfect. So now what we need to do, we will not be adding any detail. Okay, let's go ahead and add h1 here. This is a chapter where we will learn about meta tags. And what is the description that we will add? Meta tags are the tag that we use to pass on additional data to the browsers. These details won't be shown in the front end of the page. This is purely meant for machines or bots or crawlers or search engines, right? Perfect. So what is the use? The use is like it will understand correctly and we can perform better SEO on our website based on what keywords we want to rank our website and what is the details that we want to show it here in this particular place, what exactly data that we need to show it, based on which people will go ahead and click this particular link, right? So this data is also important. Here we can show additional data also, like author, description, and additional links or FAQs. Those things we can display here as well, right? So how are these things done? These things are done inside the head element of the HTML, right? As you know, we add title, right? So chapter 18 meta tags in HTML, right? So title is added. So now let's go ahead and add meta description, meta tags, meta details, metadata, how to pass these metadata. So start angle bracket, meta, close it. That's it. Now what you need to do inside meta, you need to give additional details. What are the details that we can give? Some examples are, let's say description. You need to pass on a attribute called as name, and then inside name what we can pass? Description. Description of this page is, and name description, in the sense this particular meta tag, inside that I'm passing the description of this particular page. So what is the content? Content is, this is a HTML tutorial where we learn about meta tags in HTML. If you save it and let me go to, let's say, if I go back to my folder here, and then if I open this file, chapter 18 meta tags in HTML. Okay, title is not getting displayed correctly. Okay, so title is getting displayed. Now here, this is a chapter where we will learn about meta tags, and this is the description. This is the content that is getting displayed on a website. But I just now added this title. Title gets displayed here. But this metadata, in which I just now passed on the description of this particular web page, is not getting displayed, right? So this is the first thing. Second thing, I can tell browsers that who is the author of this particular page. Let's say meta, close this angle brackets, and then name, author, and content inside author. That is, let's say Rakesh Kumar T. So now our search engines will understand, okay, who is the author of this particular web page. Again, this won't be displayed in the front end, because this is not the fact, this is not the content that we want to display it in our page, or that we want to show it to our users. These are the details that we want to tell it to the Google search engines or crawlers. Or let's say one more thing is, in SEO generally we add keywords, right? So we need to add keywords to our website as well. Name, keywords, and inside content, let's add keyword HTML, CSS, JavaScript, GWiz Academy, free tutorials, online courses, whatever it is, that whatever the keywords that you think is relevant for your content, you need to add it, and then close this. And this, based on these keywords, your Google search engines or any other search engines or browsers will understand, okay, this is the keywords. If someone searches, then I should display this particular web page, right? So targeting the keywords is very important as well for SEO purposes. There are some other parameters, like let's say viewport, in the sense how much should be the zoom scale whenever we load this web page. The content has to be, because let's say I'm using right now laptop. If let's say you are watching this video on a desktop or on a projector or mobile phone, then the screen will change, so that the content inside the website, the component that we have used inside HTML inside the website, should also span across. Let's say if I created for mobile screen is very small. If I created content here on the top, bottom like this, it will just take 30% in laptop. It should not happen like that. In laptop, the content should, fill up from the left hand to the right hand. No matter, even if someone is visiting the particular website on a projector as well, it's a very huge screen. So still the components, images or links or text or whatever it is, it should span throughout the screen, right? So for that, what we do is we add one more tag, meta, and name is like viewport, and then we have content width of this particular viewport is nothing but what the visible area, okay, visible area of the screen is called as viewport. So width should be, let's say, device width, and after device width, the initial scale should be normal, that is 1.0. It's normal. If you do it 2.0, 3.0, it will either zoom in, or if you reduce it, it will just zoom out or zoom in. So it depends on the viewport. Once we add this particular code, what happens is our website, our web page, our content will be displayed in a normal zoom scale. And the content, whatever we are creating, whatever components we'll be creating inside the body, will be spanning throughout the web page, throughout the browser's screen width or device width. Based on the device width, it will take 100% of the screen area. We will be learning about this mobile responsiveness and all those things later on in our CSS video, but you just need to understand it. And trust me, you don't have to by heart all these things. You don't have to, memorize all these meta tags. You just need to have an understanding, and you should know what exactly that means. And we also have some meta tags that we can tell browser. We can add a compatibility as well, so that the page is rendered correctly on Edge browser or internet Mozilla Firefox, or in Chrome, different Opera. So for different browsers, we have different tags that we can add so that it becomes compatible. The whole page becomes compatible for that particular browser. It is also useful in browser compatibility. We will see that in detail in our CSS course, but for now, you need to just remember. Don't try to memorize these things. Just remember. I will, in the last video in this particular course in HTML, I'll tell you exactly, I'll give you a shortcut with which you don't have to memorize anything, but everything you can add these, all these data in your any web page. I'll give you a shortcut as well. You don't have to memorize anything. You just need to understand why we use viewport meta tag, why we use keywords meta tag, why we use author meta tag, why we use description meta tags. You should just understand this. And that's it for in this video. You don't have to memorize it. In the final chapter, I'll give you a shortcut with which you can just, without even memorizing, you can add all these data on your web page, right? So thank you very much for watching. Have a great day. I hope you have clearly understood what exactly is meta tag. It is not used to display. It is not used for the content that has to be displayed in the front end, but it is the content that we pass on. It is the data, metadata that we give to the browsers, to the machines in the backend, right? So yeah, thank you very much for watching. Have a great day. We'll see you in the next video with one more concept in HTML. Thank you. Hey guys, welcome back to GWiz Academy. So in this video, we'll learn about what exactly is semantic elements, what is non-semantic elements, what exactly I'm trying to say here. Let's close these other tabs. Okay, perfect. So if you go to any random website, we can just compare it with any other website. I'm just taking an example of GWiz Academy website, right? If you see, whenever we create a website, what is this topmost part of the website called as? Where we have logo, navigation, and a call to action button. We call this as header, okay? And as soon as header, whatever the section, the first section that we see inside which we write title or description, we call it as a hero section. And then starts the content of the website. Till the end of the page, whatever we write here is called as content of the website, and whatever is written on the left or right side, this can be called as sidebar. Sometimes in some websites it is on the left side, on some website it is on the right side. And whatever section you see in the bottom of the page is called as footer. Okay, so inside footer what we have generally, we have contact information, logo, and quick links, help links, and support details and all those things, and also copy mark and policy, terms and condition, privacy policy, and all those things will be listed in the footer of a website. So any website, whatever website you take in this whole world will be divided, can be categorized in these parts. What are the parts? Footer of the website, content of a website, or we can say article of a website, article section of a website, or content part of a website, or you can say sidebar of a website, or you can say hero section of a website, or you can say not exactly website, web page. Of this particular page, this is a hero section. Of this particular page, this is a sidebar. Of this particular page, this is a content area. And header of this web page is this thing that we are seeing on the topmost part, and whatever a navigation bar, this is called as navigation bar. Whatever links that we find that helps us in navigating throughout the website is called as navigation, right? So these are the common terms that we use in any website. This can be categorized for any website that you take, for example. Now, what is HTML semantic elements and non-semantic elements? There are two types of elements in HTML. One is semantic elements, another is non-semantic elements. So for that, first thing is, let's go ahead and create this new chapter called as chapter 19 semantics.html, and then let's add our boilerplate. Doc type declaration, and then HTML start, HTML close, head start, head close, and then we have body start, body close. Perfect. And then we have this title. Now here chapter 19, this is the, let's say we learn what is semantics. Okay, perfect. Now let's go ahead and open it in our browser and see whether it is working. Okay, till now it is clear. So what exactly is semantic element and what exactly is non-semantic elements? Let's say if we have a header h1, this is a dummy header, just a random content whatever we have, and this is a p tag which we have. This is the paragraph content, right? So let's say perfect. So this is a header, dummy header, this is a dummy footer. Now we don't use this randomly, right? We don't have to, or we should not be using it. If you refresh it like this, it is displayed like this. Okay, this is a general content, but we always use a tag to, we don't go directly and write this particular h1 and p1 tag. What we do is we wrap it around a div element. See, it creates a section so that we can easily organize our content throughout our website. So this div element is for first section, and again we will use one more div section for second section. See, if this is a website, then first for header I will use one div element, for this first hero section I will use one more div element, for this whole content part I will use one more div element, and then for footer I'll use one more div element, right? So I'll use multiple div element like this in a whole website. This is how we create websites. This is how we write our code. Okay, so okay, fine. This we use for second section, and this we use for third section. This we use for let's say footer, and this we use for, let's say, sidebar, whatever code, right? So here if you observe, this is a footer, this is header, this is sidebar, this is article section. But here, just by this div element, you are not able to understand what exactly this is. And I have written this verbally, only then you will be able to understand. I have written it as a sidebar. That's why you are able to understand that this particular tag is for sidebar. I have written it in footer. That's why you are able to understand it is a footer. But what if I say we have tags such as footer? Because like this we don't write in a production environment. We won't be writing footer here inside this. We will add code that is responsible for footer. So here if you see this, using this footer tag itself, you will understand, okay, whatever goes inside this tag is meant for footer. Here if I use for div element, if I use aside, and here as well instead of div I'll use aside, you will understand just by the name itself, you will understand, okay, this particular tag, aside stat and aside close, whatever goes inside it, this will be the sidebar only. So some tags give detail about what is the content inside it, and some tag don't give. So here as an example, div doesn't give any information about the content or code that is being written inside it, is called as non-semantic tags. And some tags such as aside or footer or header, there are some more examples with which we can identify what exactly is the content inside that, or what exactly the developer is going to achieve, is trying to achieve. So that is called as semantic tags. So what exactly it is? If I have to summarize it, what we can say here is those tags that give some information to developer or browser that what is the code written inside is, then it's semantic element. If a tag is not giving any information regarding content or code written inside it, then it's called non-semantic element. Okay, so what are the examples of non-semantic elements? Div, obviously div is a non-semantic element. It doesn't tell you what exactly the code that is being written inside this particular div tag is all about. But if you use footer tag and write code inside that, you will understand, okay, so whatever code it is being written here, it will go inside the footer of the page, footer of the website. See, because this particular HTML example is very small, just of let's say 43 lines of code. What if some web pages are like 500 lines of code, 600 lines of code? In those cases, using these particular tags are useful, so that you can understand clearly that, okay, this particular code will be displayed, is meant for the footer, this is meant for sidebar. It is easily understandable, it is easily readable. So there are some examples. If you go to Mozilla web documentation, where they have given so many references, these are the examples like article tag, aside tag, detail tag, caption tag, figure, footer, header, main, mark, navigation, this is navigation tag, section tag, summary, time. So these tags will give details or information. We can easily guess when can this be used. When can this header tag be used? Only when you are creating a section dedicated for header. When can be this footer will be used? Only when you are creating a footer component, right? Same way, when can be this nav tag used? Whenever you are creating a navigation, right? Obviously you'll be using links itself, but still you'll use, if you use nav, it will be easily understandable by the reader, by the browser, or by the developer as well, easily, that this particular is meant for navigation purpose. Similarly, that is the concept basically. Elements that gives data, elements that tell you that, okay, inside this, the whatever code is written is meant for this particular section. So whatever details, if the tag is giving details, about the content that is being written inside that particular tag, then it is called a semantic. If it is not giving any data, then you say it as a non-semantic element. If it is giving data, then it is called as semantic elements. So if you Google HTML semantics and open some images, you will understand clearly that if someone is using a tag called as header or nav, then you will understand this header or nav data, whatever code that has been written inside that particular code, that particular tag, it will be displayed on the top. If someone has used footer tag, then you will understand, okay, this particular code which is written inside the footer tag will be displayed in the bottom of a web page. Same way, if someone is using aside tag, then you will understand, okay, this aside, whatever code has been written inside the aside tag is meant for sidebars, right? So these tags give you more information or a visualization, help in visualization that where exactly this particular code will be displayed. Those kinds of tags are called as semantic tags. And div tag or span tag, those kind of tag won't give you any information about the code that is being written inside it, so it is called as non-semantic tag. And examples of the semantic tags are these are some examples. Okay, so I'll try to add this for your reference inside our this thing, so you will be able to easily refer this later on. Article aside, you don't have to remember anything. This is a theory chapter in which you understood what is semantic element and what is non-semantic element. What is the best practice? Whenever you are creating header, use this header tag. Whenever you are creating footer, use this footer tag. Whenever you are creating navigation, you use navigation tag. Whenever we are creating an inside part of a website, then we will be using main tag. Slowly, when we start projects and all those things, you will understand it slowly. But as of now, don't get overwhelmed or don't get confused. Just understand what is semantic element, what is non-semantic element. Semantic element is nothing but tags that give us details about the code that is written inside that particular tag. And non-semantic elements are those elements or those tags that gives us no idea about what is being written inside it. That's it. You just need to know as of now. We came across some terminologies: header, sidebar, footer, main content, hero section, and then we understood the references, how many semantic tags are there, and what are non-semantic tags and what are semantic tags, right? So if you are getting confused, please do watch this video once again, and if you have any questions, please let me know. And don't bother much about this as of now. Once we start practical implementation, you will slowly understand. But it is important to understand what is semantic and what is non-semantic tags, right? So thank you very much for watching. Have a great day. We'll see you in the next video. Thank you. Hey guys, welcome back. So in our last video, we have understood what is HTML semantics. Now in this video, we are going to learn about special characters, how to use special characters in our HTML documents. See, there will be some special characters like this first column. I have mentioned few reference characters that we don't find these symbols or mathematical symbols directly on a keyboard. So it might be a challenging task if someone asks us to display this summation symbol on our web page. If someone asks us to display this n array of a product symbol on our HTML document, or let's say element of symbol in our HTML document, or any general web page, to display this on a website, we will need to insert these characters. And how do we insert it? Because in our keyboard, these symbols are not available. And second set of special characters are nothing but these less than, greater than, or ampersand, or let's say double quotation, or this cent symbol, pound, yen, euro, copyright symbol, or registered trademark symbol. And also, let's say these are the list of currencies, right? So we cannot display these currency sets just by typing some, we don't have a dedicated key actually. The thing is, We don't have a dedicated key, and for that, to solve that, how do we display these characters on our web page if we don't have a dedicated key? The answer is, when we type these representation, either entity name, entity number, let's say when you want to display special character, what you need is either entity name or entity number. In entity number, we have two types of number, decimal and hexadecimal. So if we have entity name or entity number of that particular special character, then we can display that particular character on our HTML document. So let's go back to our code editor and see practically. Here I have created a file called as chapter 20 special characters.html, and I have added all the boilerplates. By now you might be very familiar with what exactly I have done here. So inside body, what I'll do, I'll try to add a h1 tag. Let's say this is a random text. This is where I will display my special characters. Let's see how does it look in my front end. This is a random text. Okay, perfect. All right. Now let's go back to our sheet here, and let's say if I want to display this summation symbol. Okay, and let's display this for all symbol as well. How do we display? All you just need to do is, I'll give you access to this practice sheet as well, so you can simply copy this and paste it. By using entity name, I'll just copy this entity name entirely and then go back here and I'll paste it over here. This is a representation of for all symbol. What is it? Ampersand and the text called for all and then semicolon, right? Save it and let's go back to our browser and see for all symbol is being displayed. The same thing I can do by by using entity number. And what is the entity number? You can just get entity number from here, copy this and come back and replace it wherever. This is just an example, so whenever in future, whenever you want to display a character, special character that it is not available in our keyboard, then definitely it will have a entity name code, entity number code, or entity number code or entity name code. If it is entity number code, it will be either decimal code or hexadecimal code. This is right now is a decimal code. How do I tell? I'll explain that later on, decimal or hexadecimal. But for now, you understand that you can display a character by entity number or entity name. Let me go back to my browser and see. I have displayed for all symbol, and let's display this summation symbol by entity name. Save. See, so we have successfully added this this special character called as summation mark as well. Now what if I want to add some other similarly you can use entity number as well. Let's say copy, go back here and paste your number, save it. See, entity name, number, entity name, number. No matter what you use, the displayed symbol will be the exact same. And why the question, you might have a question that why do we exactly use entity name or entity number? See, entity name is easy to remember, so our researchers or scientists have created this thing. It is easy to remember for human, but you must be knowing that numbers are machine language, so machines love numbers, so that a vast support for all browsers or all older versions or newer versions, support is available for numbers, and that's the reason numbers are widely used. If you see here, if we have icons as well, right, for basic HTML icons, so we don't have entity numbers in many of those, we just have entity numbers. So these are hexadecimal number, these are hexadecimal number. I'll tell you in a while how we will be applying this decimal number and hexadecimal number, but for now let's see some more example. Let's say if you want to display this less than symbol or greater than symbol. Now you might ask me a question that, okay, you just now said that if we don't have these less than or greater than symbols in our keyboard, then we use these entity name and number. But now we already have less than or greater than symbols, and also we have this ampersand symbol as well in our keyboard. So why don't we use these? See, the issue is we are not writing plain text right here. Let's say this is an HTML code, and later on we will be programming as well. So this file will keep on getting more and more complex. We'll be adding styles, we'll be adding programming logics, and this is a bare HTML as well. Even in bare HTML, you see we have certain symbols reserved for tags, less than or greater than or forward slash. These things are reserved. Let's say if I want to display a less than or greater than symbol, let's say we want to display this less than symbol, and if I click on save and if I go back here, okay, it's getting displayed well. Okay, so what if I want to type something? This is the less symbol. Okay. Alright, so now let's go ahead and see some more examples. What if I want to use this less than or greater than symbol? What I need to do, just come here, click on entity number or entity name. Let's say I'll copy this entity name. And these are just some examples, and let's say if you don't find some examples or some special characters over here, you don't need to worry. You just need to Google the particular symbol and get the entity name. It can be easily found. Okay, so you don't have to worry about it. Let's say this less than symbol I want to use, copy this entity name and then here h1, paste it, save, and go back here. See, we have this less than symbol, right? And what if I want to use some other symbol? Let's say I want to use this copyright symbol. I'll use this entity name or entity number. I will recommend you to start using entity number because it is supported by most of the browsers. And if you want to remember, you can use this as well. I'll use number for now. Paste this, save it, and see. Even if you don't find, let's say if I haven't added any some random symbols or characters, these are not all characters in the world, right? So there might be some characters that I haven't listed here in this particular sheet. So what you need to do, you just need to simply Google the entity number or search for entity name or entity number. So let's say if I haven't added this copyright symbol over here, then how do you find the entity number or entity name? Let's say you will add copyright symbol HTML code. You just need to type this and you will get the entity number. You will copy this, come back to your browser or come back to your code editor and then paste it, right? Save it, and if you see, it will be applied. So this is how you find symbols, I mean the entity name or entity number, and add it to your HTML document. So I hope you understood how to add special characters. For your practice purpose, I have added these examples, and I'll give you access to this sheet as well so that you can go ahead and practice. And yeah, I want to tell you one thing. This entity name syntax, I wanted to give you an example. The syntax of this particular entity name is, this will always starts from ampersand, and then we'll have entity name and then closed by semicolon. And this is a general syntax of entity name. This is how you identify if it is an entity name or not. See, if you analyze here, entity name, ampersand, entity name and semicolon, ampersand, entity name and semicolon, ampersand, entity name and semicolon, right? So this is the syntax, ampersand, entity name and semicolon. And what is the syntax for entity number? In number we have decimal number and hexadecimal number. So first thing is, it will starts from ampersand symbol, that's for sure. And then what we'll have number. So how do you represent number? By this pound symbol or hash symbol. And then here entity number, and then it will close by semicolon, right? Now this, if it is just entity number, then we say it as an entity decimal number. And in case if it is a hexadecimal code, then how do you apply? You will have an ampersand symbol, this hash pound symbol, and then if it is an hexadecimal code, then you need to add this small case x and entity hexa code, and then end by semicolon, right? This is the format of entity name. This is the format of entity decimal name, or let's say here if you can write it decimal code, and here we can write it as hexa code, right? So this might be easy for you to remember. So first thing is ampersand symbol, entity name and semicolon. Second is ampersand, pound and decimal code and semicolon. Third is ampersand, pound, small case x, and then hexa code, and then semicolon. This is the syntax for these special characters. Let's analyze. So if you take any entity name, it will start from ampersand and then sum. This is sum is nothing but the name of this particular entity, and then semicolon. The same format is being followed over here. And if you see entity number, then you can see ampersand symbol and then this hash, and then 160. 160 is nothing but the decimal code, and then it ends with semicolon. Here if you see less than symbol, then we have ampersand and hash symbol 60, and then it ends with the semicolon, right? So this is the decimal code. The same thing what if it is an hexa code? What it will be? It will be nothing but and sorry, this is not hexa code here. I haven't mentioned over here, right? Okay, here are some hexa code. So here are some hexa code, but you don't see any ampersand symbol or any this formatting being not followed over here. But let's say if you find this code on internet, then how do you apply? Let's say I want to use this particular symbol, one sign. Okay, so if I just copy this and go back to my code editor, and then let's say let's try to type this or display this particular code. Let's save it, and if I see on my browser, let's close this one. Okay, this plain number is being displayed over here. But we wanted this particular symbol, currency symbol, one symbol. but we are not able to see that because it is not in the right format. We know it is a hexacode. We know it is a hexacode, but it is not in a right syntax. So how do we apply this syntax? So just now I have explained you what is the syntax of hexacode. You just need to add this ampersand and then hash and then small case x, and then in the end you need to add semicolon. Once you do this, save it, and let's see your formatting got correct and the character is being displayed, right? So the same thing goes with let's say if I want to add some Bitcoin symbol, Bitcoin sign. Let's say this is 8383 Bitcoin decimal code. So if I want to display that H1, if I just type 8383, if you see on the front end, just the plain number will be displayed. But I don't want to display number, I want to display this particular symbol, but this particular character, right? So this is decimal code and this is hexadecimal code. So I'm using this decimal code. So what is the syntax of decimal code? As I explained you, it will be ampersand symbol, and then we'll have this hash, and then it will end by semicolon. Save it. Now if you see, Bitcoin symbol is getting displayed. So this is how you identify whether it is a decimal code or hexadecimal code, decimal code or hexadecimal code, or if it is an entity name, and use these decimal code, hexadecimal code or entity name accordingly with correct syntax. Because if you see some online resources, it will just give you this code 2601. You don't know whether it is a hexa code or decimal code or what exactly it is. You need to identify, correctly check, and then apply a syntax so that this particular icon gets displayed on the web page, right? So thank you very much for watching. Have a great day. I hope you understood what exactly is this special character and how to use it on your web pages, right? In our next video, we'll see how to use emojis as well. So because this video is quite long, so I want to make a separate video for that emojis, right? So thank you very much for watching. Have a great day. We'll see you in the next video. Thank you. Hey guys, welcome back to GWiz Academy. In our last video, we have seen how to include special characters on our web pages, right? We have seen several examples over here. So now what we will do, we will learn how to add emojis to our web pages as well. See, just like our last video, I have added some references as well for your ease of practicing, right? So these are not all the emojis listed over here, but of course for practice purpose I have added around 82 emojis, sorry. So you can go ahead and practice. I have given hexa code, decimal code, and these are the names of these emojis for your reference. So let's go ahead and try to add these emojis to our web page and see how to implement these emojis, right? So what I'll do, I'll go to my code editor, and first thing that I need to do is I need to create a new page, new file called as ch21 underscore emoji.html. Save it. And what I'll do, I'll just copy this last video file, that is special characters chapter, and paste it in my emojis file as well. So that, because I'll just copy the boilerplate, right? And I'll change the chapter title, chapter 21 emoji in HTML. Perfect. Now save it. Let's go to our browser. Perfect. So we don't have anything over here, so don't have anything over here in the content section, so that we are not being able to see anything over here as well. So what I'll do, I'll try to add some heading tags so that the font size is enlarged, so it is visible for you in the video as well. It is not important that you need to use H1 tag only. You can use any tag, paragraph tag or heading tag or any other H tag also. Right now, let me save it and go back to my practice sheet, and let's say if I want to add this emoji with goggles, sunglasses, right? And what I have is I have hexacode and decimal code. If you see, decimal code we have it in a proper syntax, but hexacode we don't have it in a syntax. So what I'll do, I'll copy this hexacode, and if I try to paste it here, it will be rendered as plain text. See, if you save it and go back here and see, it is being displayed in the plain text format, but I want an emoji over here, right? So what I'll do, I'll add a syntax. The first thing that you can do is, add semicolon and then go back here on the front, and what you need to do, you need to have this ampersand and hash symbol, and then for hexacode we will have small case x, save it. If you see, your emoji has been inserted in your browser or web page, right? Perfect. So now let's try to add the same emoji by using the decimal code. So if you see, decimal code, as I told, it will start from ampersand and then hash symbol and then end with the semicolon. So already everything is perfect. It is mentioned here in a syntax, right? So I'll just copy this and I'll try to paste it. H1, paste the decimal code, and if you go to here, your page, and see, you will be able to see it is getting displayed, right? So it was already in syntax, so I didn't have to edit anything. So let's say if I want to display something like fearful face, again in hexacode. If this is a hexacode that has been given to me, I'll copy this hexacode and I'll go back here and H1, this is hexacode. It will end with semicolon and it will start with ampersand, hash or pound symbol, and then small case x. Save it, and then if you refresh, a fearful emoji is being displayed. Let's say there are some emojis that are not being displayed, they have not been yet enlisted or listed over here. So what you will do, let's say if I want to add a heart emoji, you just need to type it on Google, right? So what is my intention is, I need to explain you what exactly this emoji is and how it is being displayed on the HTML, how we can display. So what you need to do, just type heart emoji, open some website, random website. This was an ad, I guess. So let's see. Yeah, copy paste. You can simply, copy this and can simply copy this and come back here and you can paste it. Paste the emoji. Save. See, that emoji is being displayed. This is also a method. And then symbols. Okay, we are not getting any code over here. Okay, we can simply copy paste. If this is the heart icon, let's say if I copy this heart icon and I can go back to my editor and I can paste it, save, and it will be displayed here as well on my web page. But what if I need a code? Let's see if we can get a code for this heart icon, heart emoji, HTML code, ampersand. This is the entity name, so let's copy this and H1, paste the entity name, save it. Let's see. Okay, so heart is being displayed. What else? Is there any other code that we can use? Here we have decimal code, and this is also a decimal code, right? So if we use both code, then our styling will be correct. So let me copy this whole code and H1, paste the emoji, save it, and if you go back here, you can see this, right? And what if I remove one code from here? What will it happen? Let's try to remove one code and save. See, the styling goes off. So I guess what they have done is they have created this black heart, and then they have created a smaller size red heart inside it, so that it depicts a visual representation of that, styled version. Anyways, let's undo this and save it, and we now know that this is how we can embed emojis on our web page by using code or by just simply copy pasting the particular emoji as well. So I hope this is clear by now. So I'm confident that you'll be able to use any special character, or you'll be able to use any special emojis that are either listed in our practice sheet, or even if it is not listed here, still you will be able to use it, right? So if you have any questions, or if you get stuck while practicing, please let me know in the comment section or in a discussion forum. I'll be more than happy to clarify your questions. So thank you very much for watching. Have a great day. We'll see you in the next video with another interesting concept in HTML, that is how to embed audio and video files in our HTML page. Thank you. Hey guys, welcome back. So in our last video, we have seen how to add emojis to our web pages, right? So in this video, we are going to do something very interesting. A very simple trick by which we can add videos and audios in our HTML web pages, or let's say websites, right? You might be wondering, by seeing on various different websites, right? They have videos and audios playing on their web pages. So in this video, we are going to learn how to add those audio and that kind of videos on our website. So what you need to do, let's go back to our code editor. And here, the first thing that we need is we need an audio file and we need a video file. I have downloaded it from our repository, and I'll give it to you as well if you want to practice with these audio and video files. But if you have your own audio and video file, you can simply download it and place it in a same folder where we are developing our course, or wherever we are practicing, right? You can just place it here itself. Actually, what is the best practice is we need to create one folder and we need to place these audio and video in that particular folder so that it is organized in a neat way. But yeah, we'll see that in some time. But for now, I have kept audio and video in this same folder. And going back to this code editor, what I'll do is I'll just create one new file and name it as audio underscore video dot html, right? Perfect. So, and now what we need a boilerplate. What's the boilerplate? Doc type declaration, and then we have HTML start, HTML close, and then we have head, we have not tail, we have body, and then we have title. Title is, let's say, CH22, chapter 22, embedding audio and video in HTML. Right, this is what we are going to learn in this video. Perfect. So let's save it and let me go back to my live server, or you can simply open this particular file in the browser. Perfect. So this is the file that we just now created. Okay, so we haven't added anything here, right? We haven't added anything inside the body, so we are not able to see anything here. So what I'll do is I'll add let's say, yeah, let's go ahead and directly start adding our video file. So the tag that we need to use is as straightforward as its name. It's just video. First we'll add video and then we'll see audio. So this is the video tag where we'll be adding our video, and this is an audio tag where we will be adding our audio. See, whenever we want to play a video, we need a video player to play the video, right? So this tag creates the video player. And to create this video player, what are the parameters that we need to tell? We need to tell browser that this video player has to have a width of XYZ, and then it should have a height of XYZ, and then we also need controls. Controls in the sense, we need a pause button, we need a volume button, we need a play button, play, pause, volume button, right? So these are the controls. These are known as controls for the video player. So if you save it and see, there is a dummy video player, but there is nothing inside it because we haven't added any video. Right now what we did is we created a platform where we can add our video, right? This is an environment for our video, we can say. Just a visual representation for your sake. We have created an environment where we can now go ahead and add our video. So how to add the video? What you need? We need the file, right? We have the file, video file, inside the same folder. See, GWiz _ thankyou.mp4. So what I'll do here is what we need a tag called as source. Close it. This source tag will not have a closing tag, so this is an independent tag over here, right? And then what I need to add parameter. Let's say /. Once this environment is created, we need to link that particular video that we have in our folder here, right? So we need to tell this tag, video tag, that where our video is actually present. So how to do that? How to tell this tag from where to pull that video so that it can be, played on the web page. So we'll have this tag called as source and close it, and here we'll add actual source src equals to, and then we need inside this double inverted comma, start and close, we need to write actual link. How to link it? We need to add the path / and GWiz show here, or if it doesn't show in your browser, in your code editor, then you just need to type the name of this particular video after this /, because / in the sense it will start searching inside the same directory, right? And then we need to tell this tag that what is the type of this video. This is MP4 video, so it's a video file which is in MP4 format. And then save it. Let's go back here and refresh. So we have our video over here right now. So this player is too big. So what shall we do? If you don't add width and height, what happens is the actual video size will be played. So what we need is let's say 300 pixels is fine width, and the height can be auto. Let's see if auto works fine, or else we can change it. Yeah, it works fine. See, we got this beautiful play and pause button. We have this progress slider control, and then we have mute or volume button, and then we have full screen mode as well. These are the video player controls, and this is being shown if we have enabled this. If we didn't type it and if we save it, then we cannot play the video actually, because there is no controls over here, right? Let's save it. So this is how we add video to our web page, right? And now there is one thing that I need to specify. What if there are some browsers, older versions of browsers, that doesn't support the video tag? So in that case, here there will be a plain error, or some error will be displayed. Video won't be working or something like that. So what we need to do, for just our understanding, what we need to do, if in case this video tag is not rendered properly, we'll display an error message. Video tag is not working. This can be understood only by a developer. So what if a non-tech guy needs to understand this? Video code is not supported. If you write it here, still you won't see anything over here, because right now video is getting played, right? So in case video doesn't work, in that case this text will be displayed as an error message, so that we will understand, okay, this video is not getting played, so that I can do something else. I can try to fix the browser, or change the browser, or do whatever, try to find some alternatives to play the video, right? So one more thing is, let's say if I want to, as soon as someone visits this web page, the video has to be played. So what if I want to do that? So what I'll do, I'll just type auto play, save it, and now refresh. If you refresh it, see, the thing is, there is this thing called as, whenever we autoplay, the audio has to be muted. It's based on some regulations. So because of which, what we need to do is, if in case you are autoplaying a video, then you must make sure that it has to be muted. So how to do that? We just added autoplay and muted. And if you refresh it, see, video is getting played, but the audio is muted. You can enable it. As soon as someone visits your web page, you don't want a video's audio to be played. At least video is getting played, so that someone will know that, okay, something's happening. If I click on audio, I'll be able to listen to the audio as well, right? So now the same thing, the audio format also works exactly same. So what we need here is, we'll add a source, close it, src, and then audio, sorry, the file name is sample HTML mp3, and then type, it's audio, and it's mp3, Perfect. So let's go ahead here and see if it is getting embedded. So let me quickly remove this. I don't want this one right now. Okay, so now width 300 pixels, height auto, and then controls. Obviously we need controls. Save. See, so our audio is also embedded perfectly. Let's pause it. And what if I want to autoplay this audio? Save. We need to mute it, I guess. Okay, it's working only when it is muted. Autoplay function is only working when we mute it. So yeah, there is some regulation, there is some restriction. So it's actually good because we don't want a sudden sound coming out of nowhere as soon as we visit some websites. Even Google doesn't recommend it to autoplay. Even if we do that, they ban our websites from AdSense or AdWords. So yeah, it's fine to mute it and then to add this autoplay button, right? So this is how we add audio and this is how we add video to our web pages. So I hope you now understood it, how to add audio. Right, so I hope everything is clear now, and if you have any questions, please let me know in the comment section or in the discussion forum, or if you get stuck in finding the right path or width or height or controls or autoplay, mute, whichever attribute it is, please do let me know. I'll try to help you out. Right, so thank you very much for watching. Have a great day. We'll see you in the next video with some other interesting concepts in HTML. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hey guys, welcome back to GWiz Academy. Perfect. So we have almost covered all the concepts in HTML that I guess any beginner should be aware of before starting or when he or she is just getting started with web development or programming. So now coming to a slightly intermediate concept called as HTML forms. That is what we'll be learning in this video. See, with HTML there is a very limited functionality that we can perform. We can just create a skeleton of a form, of a contact form. Contact form is nothing but, it can be contact form or any other form, whatever you see on web page or websites, wherever you see some input fields. These are called input fields where a user can add some data and the website will process the data and display it somewhere else, or it will send an email, or it will do some calculations, whatever it is. These are called as input fields, and these kind of forms we very oftenly see on web pages, right? So most common form that is being used very widely is a contact form. On any website, if you go, you will find a contact form. Just for ease of understanding, I have taken an example of a contact form as of now. So here, I have created a simple contact form. Before we start, you need to understand that with HTML, there is a very limited functionality, not even styles. I have added a slide CSS over here so that, it looks like a form actually. But I totally understand that this design is very bad. But as of now, you don't have to worry about the design, because in our next series, that is CSS series, we'll go ahead and style these form fields as well and make it look more attractive. And once we start our bootstrap series, this complete contact form will look amazing. So you don't have to worry about the look and feel as of now. And number two, you don't have to worry about the functionality as well. If I submit some data here, some random data or some random email or whatever it is, if I click on submit, the data is not getting submitted. To submit the data, we will need either JavaScript or we will need Python or PHP or some programming language to do something with that particular data. So right now we are learning HTML, so you don't have to worry about what exactly we are doing with this data as well. So then what are we going to learn in this HTML class? We will be learning how to build this particular structure, how these form fields are created, what is a basic structure that we need to understand, and then on top of which other parameters like CSS and JavaScript or any other programming or code functions goes. So that's a different task. But for now, we need to understand the fundamentals of how the forms are created. Obviously, it will be created by using HTML. A very skeleton form will be created by HTML. And once the structure is developed, we add conditions, we add parameters, we add styling, we add a logic, and then the whole contact form is completed. In this video, we'll be creating a basic structure of a contact form. This is not a working contact form. We will be soon completing this contact form after next series, maybe after CSS or Bootstrap. But till then, now we will learn the structure of HTML form. So, how to start creating? So what you need to see here, this is the code for this particular contact form. This is the code that we need to write. So you don't have to get overwhelmed. I'll try to explain you all these things, and you will definitely get a grasp about all this, what's going on in the backend. But yeah, this is the code for this particular form without styling. Styling is just one line of code. So without styling, this is the code. Alright, now so let's go ahead and start creating our contact form. So let's click on new file. What is the chapter? Chapter 23 underscore HTML form.html. Perfect. So now let's add our boilerplate doc type declaration, and then head, and then title, and then title will be, so the title has to go inside head. Yeah, so title is chapter 23 forms, and then we have body. Okay, so we didn't write this HTML start, right? HTML start and HTML close. Okay. Perfect. So now inside this body, we are going to write our fine. So now before writing, okay, let's see this on our browser. Alright, so there is nothing being displayed. Here, if you see, what are the form fields that we have right now in this contact form? First thing is sample contact form. This is a heading, right? So how to add a heading? You already know it. So what we do? Just add h1, okay? HTML contact form, right? So once the heading is added, if you go back here, you'll be able to see that we have the contact form heading. Perfect. So then what is the second step we need to do? We need to add this first form field. But before that, you need to understand that the whole form from start to finish, from the first field to the submit button, is already inside one particular tag that is nothing but form tag. So we will have this form tag, right? And inside this form tag, we will one by one add name, phone, email, gender, skills, message, and submit. These are the form fields. So if these are the form fields, what is these called as? This text being written here, right? So what is this text called as? This text is called as label, and here this is a field where a user sends the data to the website, right? We can enter the data. So what is that exactly? Technically we need to call it as an input field. This is a text input field, this is a phone number input field, this is an email input field, this is a radio button. There are so many types of input fields. We will explore it later on in our future advanced videos, but for now you need to understand some basic input fields types, right? Most commonly used input fields are text, phone, email, radio button, or check boxes. See, we can have this check boxes or radio button in the sense whenever we want to just select one option out of all the options, then we use radio button. We need to use checkbox when we want to select multiple options, and this is a text area, this is for message, right? Perfect. So this is called as input field, this is called as label, and combined we call it as a form field. Alright, so now let's go ahead and start adding a first field here. What is the first form field? Name and input field. There are two things that we need to add. First is the label. So just type label, close it, and what is the label? Enter your name, or let's say enter name. Perfect. Save it, and then here right in the bottom of this, after this label, what we need to write, we need to have let's see here, enter name is appeared, right? So now let's add something called as input field. Input, let's use caps, input. Okay, so here first thing that we need to do here is we need to specify the type of input. What is the type of input? There are different types of input. As I said, there are color, date time, local, email, file, hidden, image, month. These are all the data that we can ask a user to submit, right? So the most common form types, input types are these that right now you are able to see, from button, checkbox, color, date, email, file, month, radio, range, submit, tell. You can go ahead and explore each of them, but right now for this tutorial purpose I'll be using a type called as text. And then if I save it and go back, I can see there is a form field and there is a name. Now the second thing that we need to do, there are some attributes that we need to add over here. We will come on that topic very soon. The second form field, what is the second form field? The second form field is phone number. Alright, so what I'll do, I'll add a label. Label should be enter phone, right? And then what I'll do, I'll add an input. Input type is phone. Phone is not a valid input type. We have an input type called as tel, T-E-L. It will make sure that the form data is accepting only telephone numbers, or in a sense mobile numbers. So let's save it and go back here. See, phone, enter name. Perfect. So what I'll do, I'll add a BR tag so that we can get these two on a different line. Perfect. Let's add one more so that we have some spacing, right? Perfect. So we have name field, form field. Right now, this label and input pair is incomplete. Why? Because right now we have created a label and we have created an input, but we haven't connected this particular input with the label. To connect this particular label and input and this particular label with this particular input, we need to do something. We need to assign some ID, right? How to do that? First thing that we need to do is, in label, what you need to do is, you need to add for attribute and then you need to assign an ID. For attribute, what can be the ID? Name, just random anything. You need to assign a name for a for attribute, to a for attribute, okay? And as soon as you come to this input field, input tag, you just need to enter this space and you need to add ID. What is the ID that we have assigned to this particular name? We have assigned an ID called as name. So just make sure you copy the same exact words and paste it inside ID. So what does this do is, this will tell our code that this particular ID, this particular line of code is now, this particular input field is now assigned to this particular label only. This is not associated with any other labels. So our code is extremely clear right now. Alright, fine. So as soon as we assign a for attribute to the label and ID attribute to the input with the same text or ID, we have connected the label and we have created a label and input pair. So same thing what we need to do here as well. In the phone number field, we need to add a for attribute for phone number, and here under input you need to assign an ID called as phone. Now I have created a link between this particular input field and this particular label, right? So once the link is created, still this is not complete yet. There is more parameters, such as you need to have attribute called as name. Please make sure, don't get confused with this name with this name. This name can be anything. Here name X or name X, right? So this ID, this is an ID that we have assigned to this particular label. This is a name attribute. This is different. This name attribute has to be present, else this form doesn't get submitted. This name and value pair. We need to have name and value pair. See, whenever a user submits some data, whenever some user submits some data here in the input field, that data we will go ahead and capture and put it inside this value. But right now we are not using any JavaScript or we are not using any PHP, right? PHP or Python code. So what we will do, I will custom code this one. I'll write manually what is the value. I'll write the value is Rakesh. Okay. But when we are going to create this kind of a contact form in our live production environment, what we will generally have a code that will capture the data from here and it will assign a variable and we add it here. We will see all those things, how to do that later on, but right now what I'm doing is I'm assigning a value manually, and manual data is Rakesh, and the name is you can give any name here, let's say customer name, okay, underscore name. See, there is two things that you need to understand. You need to firstly have for and ID pair, and then name and value pair. Name and value pair, you will add it. Name and value are two attributes that you need to add it inside the input tag, whereas for you need to add, for is the attribute that you need to add it in label, and id is the attribute that you need to add it in input. I'll tell you, I'll explain you once again. See, for we have assigned in label, id we have assigned in input, okay, and name and value pair, name and value pair. Value is nothing but the data that we are getting from the form, from the front end, that we need to capture and put it inside the value. And here this name attribute, we use it because let's say we want to pull this particular data and display it somewhere else, then for some database reasons we use it. Using this name itself, we target this particular field. So we will see that in our later videos how to work with the form data, but for now you just need to understand that we need to have a name and value pair, else the form will not work. So now this particular field is complete. What is the most important thing is for attribute in label, type attribute in input, id attribute in input, name attribute in input, value attribute in input. Same thing goes for the next field also. What is the attribute? For attribute and id attribute we have added. We have added the type attribute. Now what is left? Name and value pair. Name and value. Value is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, whatever it is. And then name is customer, right? Save it. And let's go back here and see. See, we have added value here, right? What did I say? When a customer adds some data here, it will get added into this particular attribute inside value. But right now we are not using any programming language, so I hard coded it. I manually added it from the backend itself so that it is getting displayed directly in the front end as well. So now, what is the other field that we have here? Name, phone and email. Okay, alright. So what is the email field that we need to create? Let me add a BR tag so that it... So the first thing is we need to have label. Close label. What is the label? Enter email. Okay. And then we need to have a for attribute. As soon as you write label, you just add for attribute. For what is email? Let's assign this as an ID. So input type. As soon as you type this input, you need to enter the type attribute. Type attribute is email. We have a standard input types for any form. So we'll add type as an email, and then id should be equal to the for value. It is nothing but email. It is this email is, and this email you should not get confused. This can be anything. This is as id that we are assigning. Let's say id email x, but this is not the id that we are assigning. This is a standard input type email. So now for and id is added. Now what is left? Name and value pair. Name, let's give customer email, and value is gmail.com. Perfect. So this is the email address, this is phone number, this is the name. If we don't add the value, without value the form will be submitted. Without any information the form will be submitted. But what if we definitely want a user to submit the data for sure? He or she should not be able to submit the form without entering the details. Then we have a attribute that we can add called as, let's say if I want to make email form field a compulsory one. So what I'll do, I'll add a parameter called as required. Yes. So now, or let's say just required is also fine. So if we add this parameter, it will make this particular label as compulsory. Now let's say if I want to make some form field, just a read only, just as a plain text, then what we need to do, we need to add a parameter called as read only. That's it. Simple. There are some form attributes as well, but we will see that in a while. We will see that. Yeah. So now what is the other next form? Let me remove this read only as of now. All right. Required is fine. Okay. So let me add this to BR. Save it. This is the form, right? All right. Let me not add any value here so that it is not displayed on the front end. Okay. So now, what is the next form field? Let's go ahead and create this radio button. How to add this radio button? These form fields were simple, right? This is a text, this is phone number, this is email. This is text, telephone and email. So now we will add a label. Before label, we'll add a text called as select your gender. Select your gender, and then let's say we add break tag, and then here we will add a label called as male, and then see here this male is a label, and this where exactly we are selecting, right? So this is the input field. So input, in the sense we will need to add input. Close it. Input type radio, and then what else? We need to have an ID. We haven't assigned it, right? So let's say for male X, just male is fine. It doesn't conflict, the name doesn't conflict or confuse you, so just male is fine. So the ID should be exactly same of what we have written in male. So ID is perfect. Now name and value pair. Name, let's give gender as a name so that it is easy to remember, because for all the options that we will be creating, let's use gender. Customer gender. This is a name that I want to give, so that by pulling this data I can pull the gender of that particular selection. All right, so now name is done, and value, let's keep it blank as of now. And then because the user will select it anyways, and now let's save it and see how does the R form look. If you see, we have this select a gender text, male, label, and this input field is on the right side. What we need, we want input field on the left side. So what I'll do, I'll just copy and paste it before the label so that it appears on the left side. Perfect. So select your gender, male is added. So what we need more options. So what I'll do, I'll copy this complete input and label pair, and here what I'll do, in the next line I'll paste it. Make sure that you don't change the name, okay, because this is the option of a same field, so the name should be same. And here what I need to change is we need to add female, right? So the label is now female, ID is female, here also ID is female, and then value is, let's keep it value, let's say for here male, and this value is female, Perfect. So now let's save it and see how does our form look. Male and female, right? So what people do, what generally students do is they update this name field as well. And if I change anything, if these two name field doesn't match, what will happen? Just see. You will not see any error here, but multiple selections are possible. When you want to select multiple options, then under this options also name should be different. Value of this name should be different. But right now I just want the same name should be selected for every selection. So I'll add the same name here, value, and then the third option is others. So enter, copy the same thing, and what is the label? Others. ID I'll assign others, for others, and name should be same. These three names should be same, and the value is others, right? Now if you save, male, female, and other, right? Isn't it amazing? We have created 3 form fields, 4 form fields actually, and then actually more, 1, 2, 3, 3 plus 3, 6. So we have created 6 form fields, but these 3 form fields are considered as one option itself. So we have created 4 form fields as of now, and then the next thing that we need to create is a selection checkbox. This is a form field, input type is checkbox. So let's go ahead now, and here let's create a checkbox. So select your skills, and I'll add BR tag, and then so if I want to stack it right now, as you can see, it is getting displayed on the same line. If I just want to stack it, what I'll do is I'll just add BR tag, right? You got it, right? I hope you understood. So it will just stack one below other. So I think this inline is also fine. So let's keep it as it is for now. And yeah, what I'll do, we have added this select your skills. So what we need a label and input pair. So label is, let's say HTML is the first skill. I'll assign a ID. For parameter should go, we need to add let's say HTML, and here I'll assign, first thing that we need to add input is we need to mention the type. Type is checkbox. Okay, just make sure this is a standard one. Checkbox is the form field type, right? And then ID should be equal to this value HTML, and then name and value pair, name and value. Value is HTML, just for identification purpose. It can be anything, but if it matches with the same text, it is easy for us to remember. Name should be, let's say HTML skill, let's say HTML skill. Right, save it, and now if you see HTML skill, right, we have this square, this is a circle input, this is a square input. That this change happened because we have changed the type. Here the type is radio, here the type is checkbox. When you add checkbox type, the box changes to the square instead of circle. So now I need this input to appear on the top. Before that, what I'll do, I'll just copy this 3 times, or let's say I'll add it here. Let me add a break tag here. Alright, so now I'll just copy paste this 3 times. save it. You can see, if you see here, this checkbox is working now, but this is not right. So here what we need to do is, the name here will conflict. So second is, we need to add this second skill called CSS skill. So third is JavaScript skill, whatever skill that you want to add. So now I need to change the for value, ID value, name value, and exact this value parameter as well. I need to change all the parameters. So let me go ahead and add this form value to JS. So if for is JS, then ID should also be JS. And let me add this for to CSS. If for is CSS, then ID should be CSS. Let me add for HTML, the ID should be HTML. Okay, perfect. So now the name has to be updated. Name should be CSS skill. This is JS skill, right? So that name, what exactly this name is doing is nothing but we have some database things going on in the backend. When we start working with database or modifying the data that user has submitted, we need these things. So you need to remember, when we add a checkbox, this name parameter should not be same. When we add radio options, the name parameters should be same. Okay, just know this as of now. You will slowly understand what exactly is happening in the backend, and once you start understanding how to make use of the data that the user submits, and how to capture the data, how to function with the data, and all those things, we'll see that in the later videos. For now, we just need to know how to correctly build the structure of a form. So now save it, and if you go back here, I can see this form fields are created now successfully. And then what else? We'll add one more BR. And the next thing that we need here is we need this text area, a message box. Let's say message box. So how do we add this message box? You don't need input and label pair here to add a text area. We have a direct tag called as text area. And here we'll add what exactly we need to add. Name. Yeah, we'll assign a name. Name is custom message, and then value. Value we don't have to custom code it as of now. And now let's save it and see how does it look. A text box is added over here, but we don't have any. Either we can have this thing. Either we can have this, just random text, or what we can do is, let's see if we can have input, actually label form as well here. Label, enter your text. This is label is for custom MSG, and ID I need to assign ID custom MSG. I guess this is not needed, but still. Let's go ahead and see our sample. I have used a label here as well, but yeah, it's fine even if we don't use that particular label. It will still work. Anyways, we'll see that once we start creating this particular form functional. But for now, I guess this is fine. We have assigned for, ID same, and then we have label. Let's see how it looks for now. Enter your text. Okay, so let's add BR here. Okay, perfect. So this box is small. What if I want to expand this to till here? What I need to do? There is a parameter called as call. Call represents columns. Let's say 30, save it. Perfect. So we have expanded. What if we add 80 and save? It increases the number of columns that is getting added to this particular box, right? So we'll use 30 as of now. You can also, same thing you can do for rows as well. You can add more rows, 6 rows. If you save it and see, we have 6 rows here right now. Okay, so let's not add any rows as of now because default rows are fine. I just explained you because so that if in case you want to make the box bigger, then you can make it. Anyways, you will have this, you will anyways will easily be able to increase the size of that particular box by hovering, by pulling this particular area, corner. Well, so now what is the thing that is left? Okay, so we don't have a submit button, right? So let's go ahead and add a submit button. How to add a submit button? Let's add first BR and then we'll add a tag called as BTN button, and button label should be submit the form, submit form. Okay, save it, and if you see, we have a submit form. Why is this alert we are able to see? Because you cannot submit the form field if you have mentioned that this is the required field. You can submit all the fields without entering any data, but you cannot submit the email field. To submit this form, you need to enter this value, right? So anyways, this is not a button that will work. We need to add some other parameters as well. Button type, you need to add submit so that the form data is getting submitted. Value, submit, right? Perfect. Now this form is completed. The structure of a form is completed. There are some other additional parameters as well to this form tag that we added in the first step before creating the form. These are the form fields that we have worked on right now, but before starting we added a form tag, right? So here, once the data is submitted, where should the data go? To specify that, we have an attribute called as action. We will mention the path where all these data should go. We'll add a path, we'll add a file name where our server code is written, so that we send this particular data to that particular file, and then processing will happen and it will be shown somewhere. And where will it get shown once the processing is done? Where should the message, confirmation message or something else, where should it be shown? To mention that also, we have a parameter called as attribute called as target. Target self, parent, self, top, blank. Generally we use self so that the result comes back here itself. Your form is submitted, your form is submitted successfully, all those things, or whatever the data, if we want to display the data that we have processed, again it will be shown on the same file. We use, depending upon the use case, we use it. And one more parameter that we have is a method. There are two methods when we create a form, either it is post method or it is a get method. Generally we recommend, if we are using we are creating any contact form we are creating any form, generally form which has very sensitive data, then we use post method. And if we have insensitive data, in the sense not a confidential data, then we use get method. We will understand this later on when we are working with data processing and all those things. We will learn this, but you don't have to worry as of now. We just need to know that get method is not safe because the data is shown in the URL, and in post we don't see any data in the URL. This is the only difference that you need to know as of now, right? And what else? We have another attribute called as name. We can assign name for this particular form. Alright, so I hope you understood how to create this form, right? All right, so now you might ask me that that's fine. So how did you bring these content over in the center, and how did you create this background and make it look a bit more neater, right? How did you do that? So for that we have used some CSS that is out of the scope of this particular series, HTML series, but for I can't leave you with this particular form. At least I'll have to make it look like this so that it is presentable, right? At least presentable. I know even this design is not at all good. We cannot make this kind of contact forms on any website. This looks like 1950s, 100 years old contact form. We don't publish these kind of contact forms. We need to add styling and all those things, but yeah, we'll see that in our later videos. But for now, let's go ahead and bring this to the center. How to do that? I'll just show you. You don't have to learn anything. You don't have to memorize or remember anything. You just need to just see and just see how it is done. You don't have to learn it because we will explore everything one by one later on. So what I'll do is under body, I'll create a div element. You must be knowing what exactly is the div element by now. Div, okay, and then I'll assign what I'll do, I'll create, just for dummy purpose, I'll add one heading, h1, this is a dummy heading. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just save it and see how does it look. This is a dummy heading. Okay, perfect, fine. So what I'll do, I'll go to this div element and I'll start adding styles to this div. So yeah, the first style that I'll add is style width. I want it to be 500 pixels. You are not able to see that. You'll be able to see that once I add background color. Background color. Let's say yellow. Now you are able to see, right? And then margin left, I'll add it auto, and margin right, I'll add auto. Save it. We are right now in the center of the screen, and then I'll add one more parameter called as padding. Padding, let's say 50 pixels. Perfect. So now this is done. So what I'll do is I'll copy this complete since from this h1 to form close. Cut everything and replace this heading with this particular code and save it. Now go back to the screen and see that we have right now entered inside the box, and the box is in the center of a screen. This is how you add styling. You don't have to worry or you don't have to remember anything. We will see that in our coming up series on CSS. We will completely understand how to do this, how to add these CSS parameters, right? So thank you very much for watching. Have a great day. I hope you understood HTML form. I know this video is almost an 1 hour long video, but it is worth it. I wanted to make it cover all these concepts in just one video. Even if you don't understand it, don't worry. Just watch this video 1 or 2 times and just leave it. You don't have to memorize anything, because I'll make sure you, without memorizing all these things, you will understand this. I'll make sure that will happen. We will do that in our further videos. Once we start doing projects, once we start doing CSS, or once we start doing Bootstrap or PHP or JavaScript, you will clearly understand, because we will be doing this repeatedly again and again and again and again. All you need to know is, when do we use for attribute, when do we use type attribute, when do we use id attribute. Id and for has to be the same. Name and value pair. Without name and value we cannot submit the data, submit the form. These are the important points, right? These things you should know. Other than that, you don't have to memorize or anything. Just watch it, understand it, and leave it. Rest, you can count on me. We will slowly, one by one, we will explore. We will be creating we will be creating many forms. We will be creating many projects. So you will automatically, you will be able to understand all these concepts anyways, right? So thank you very much for watching, and make sure you watch this video once or twice, and then understand the concept and leave it, right? Don't try to memorize or anything, right? These tags and all, once we start practicing again and again and again, you will automatically, it comes out of you. You don't have to memorize or do anything. It might be overwhelming if this is the first time you are seeing how to create HTML forms. This looks very simple, right? But this is the code that runs behind it. And trust me, this is not even 10%, because we will need to add CSS styling, and then we need to add JavaScript logics, and then we need to process data as well. We need to handle the file submission. If, let's say, if someone wants to upload an image, if someone wants to upload a resume, something like that, then those functionalities, we need to take that form, we need to take that data and process it in the database and save it and produce it somewhere else. So there is a lot of things that we need to do. So don't try to memorize or by heart or do anything such like that, but you just need to understand for, type, ID, name, value, these things, these basic things, you need to understand it, okay? Even I understand that I haven't explained you this action attribute as well, because it is not possible in HTML, so I haven't explained you. Even get parameter, get method or post method, I haven't explained you, because it is not valid right now. It will be an overwhelming, it will be challenging for you if this is the first time you are seeing HTML. So thank you very much for watching. Have a great day. We'll see you in the next video with another concept in HTML. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hey guys, welcome back to GWiz Academy. So finally we have arrived to the end of the series of these chapters. We were learning HTML. So while we started our journey of learning HTML, we had some around 27 chapters over here. So what I have done is I have merged a few topics, and I have excluded a few topics such as URL, encode, canvas, SVG and XML. These were included here, but I have removed it as of now, because I feel that some familiarity of CSS and JavaScript and some experience with those other technologies and overall web development is needed before we dive into these three topics. So even if as a canvas, if I start explaining you won't be even able to imbibe it as of now, because canvas is nothing but a plain sheet that we get, and whatever we need to create, we can create a graphics, but to create graphics we will be using JavaScript. So if I write JavaScript code right now, you might get overwhelmed or you might not understand anything. So it is not right for now, as of now, and URL encode is just a concept. It is not something related to, especially related to HTML. So it's something that we will be learning once we start our programming journey, once we start learning Python or PHP or JavaScript, right? So these three chapters I have excluded it, and XML as well. It's not important right now to understand, but yeah, it is obviously good to know these topics. But yeah, I personally feel that we should not dump all the knowledge in the world. You should be very selective of what exactly you need to learn, so that you can cover most of the concepts and to be efficient in your projects. So I think By now, these 24 chapters are more than enough for you to get an expertise in HTML and start confidently so that you can in your web development journey. So right now, these 24 chapters will make you perfect in HTML and will give you a boost in your confidence, and then we will be entering into our next course, that is CSS. So the next series will be CSS, and we will be learning a lot of styling aspects, animations and stuff like that. So it will give you a broader perspective about web development overall. So, and these 24 chapters and practice sheets, sample examples, and these asset files, everything I'll zip it and I'll include it under this lecture as well, so that you can simply download it and refer to these examples. And also you will be getting access to a practice sheet, reference sheet, we can say, Google sheet that we have used for many references in our older videos. So now this video, I'm not going to talk about any technical aspect related to HTML. We are not going to cover any new topic, but there are some important tips and advices that I want to share before we close this HTML series. So what are those? Let's remove this. Okay, so what are the important tips that I want to share? So first thing is, let me quickly go ahead and add a chapter. New file, ch24 underscore, it's tips.html. Final tips.html, right? So see, till this 20 chapters or 24 chapters, what we did is we used to add this boilerplate every time we create a new file, right? HTML, and then we need to add head, and then we need to add title, and then we need to add body, isn't it? So it's time consuming, I understand, but if you are a complete fresher, if you are learning HTML for the first time, then it is important that you type it manually, the way we did it in this course. But once you are completely familiar with these concepts, you don't have to type it manually again and again, because we write code to make things simpler and faster. That is why we code, and we don't have to do this. We don't have to do this repeated task again and again for every time we create any new files. So there is a shortcut. What is the shortcut? See, that's it. Just with one click, I have a complete boilerplate of HTML, and now directly go ahead and enter your HTML code. This I could have told you when we started here in our chapter 1, but I intentionally didn't expose you to this shortcut because I don't want you to use this shortcut while you were learning HTML. Once we start learning CSS, or once we start learning Bootstrap, I will ask you not to type these things manually. Get started with this shortcut and enter these things in just with a click, just by one click, and then get started with your CSS part or Bootstrap part or any programming part or something like that. Don't worry about these things. But while learning, you will have to learn it the right way. So what is the use of using this shortcut? What is the shortcut, by the way? The shortcut is nothing but we use a snippet, we use a technology called as emmet. This is already embedded into the VS Code if you are using, or if you are using some other code editor, then you might have to install this extension called as emmet, and you need to enable it so that you can use these shortcut. But if you are using VS Code, all you need to do is press shift and exclamatory, just type exclamatory and click enter. That's it. That will create a boilerplate for you like this. It will add an attribute called as language attribute. It will add meta tags like charset. It will define HTTP equivalent compatibility line as well, so that older versions of the browser of Microsoft will also be supported. And it will add a meta tag for your viewport as well. This is initial scale 1.0 in the sense the size will be perfectly fit for the screen. These are something that we need to write it manually. If you don't know this shortcut, in production you will have to memorize this and you will have to type it manually, and the chances are you might somewhere make some spelling error or something like that, and then you mess up things. Errors will show up and all those nonsense will happen. So what you need to do, you don't have to memorize these things. You just need to know why is this used. This is used so that our content is completely fit with the width of the viewport once the screen is loaded. And why we add this line. This line is adding a compatibility, reverse compatibility to the older versions or Edge browser. This line is adding, or let's say it is telling what exactly, which charset are we using. UTF-8 is what we are using, and this attribute adds a language. It defines a language that we are using. It is English. That's it. So from the next time whenever you start creating any HTML file in VS Code, what you need to do, shift and press one key, that will add exclamatory mark, and then click enter. That's it. It will add your boilerplate, and then you start writing your code. One more thing here is, this was the first step. This was the first tip that I wanted to share. Use emmet for boilerplate. Don't type it. It will save a lot of time. The second tip over here is use correct spacing. Let's say if you see here the HTML, where is the form that we created? This is the form, right? If you see, if I don't add any spacing, if it looks like this, it is extremely hard to understand which is child and which is parent. So right now body is a parent and div is the child. So if I add a space and write it a little bit after a space, we clearly understand that body is a parent and div is a child. Now h1 and form both are the child of parent div, but here as you can see there is no gap, there is no space. So what is the first thing that you need to do? You need to add a space, right? And this form is also at the same level, so select the complete form till the form is closing, and then add one space. Space in the sense, just select the complete tag and then click on tab. It will just shift your complete form element to one space ahead, like this. Okay. So what this will mean is div is a parent. We will have this line clearly being shown, and then you can either add form here, but not here, right under this parent. You should not. This should be dedicated for its closing tag. Div should redirect us to the closing tag. We should clearly understand this is the closing tag, and then we can have h1 and form right here, and the second or third. It is fine. If h1 and these labels and inputs and all are direct child of this form, so we have added one more spacing, right? So this is the right method of adding space. So what if we do like this? Let's say 24. What if we do div and then we add h1 tag like this, and then we have let's say form here, and then we have input, and then we have label, and then we have BR, and then we have again label, and then we have BR, and then we have button. Are you able to understand anything? What is the document structure? Not at all. You won't be able to understand anything. Even if this space is removed, see, even vertically we need some space and horizontally we need some spaces. So to make it clear, right now, if we add certain space, how easily this document structure can be understood. You can see it right away. See, this is a body tag. This body tag starts here and closes here, right? So what I'll do, I'll select, the first thing is HTML starts here and it closes here. So what I'll do, after HTML, whatever it is inside HTML, I'll add a space. The first thing is we created a space so that HTML start and HTML close is linked now. So head is a direct child of HTML, so one space is fine. Body is it under head or under HTML? Head is under HTML, right? So one space is fine. So body start and body close is also at the right space, but the child elements of the body complete from here to here, we need one space. Perfect. Body start and body close. Now div is starting here and div is closing here, but we have too many roadblocks over here. So what I need to do, I need to select complete from H1 till form closes. I need to select and add one space in the sense click on tab. Now div start and div closes. Now head H1 tag is a direct child of div, so one space is already added. Okay, perfect. So form is starting here and it's closing here, but form is also direct child of div, so there is already a one space, so perfectly fine. But input is not a direct child of div, so it should not be here. So input is a direct child of form, so input should be one space away, right? And same way label start and label close is the direct child of form, so it should be one space away. Now we have a BR tag, so I'll add a space and then again a space. So BR is as well direct child of form, so I'll add one space. And then we have label start, label close. It is a direct child of form, so one space. And then we have BR, direct child, so one space. Let's add a gap here so that it is easily identifiable. Button is a direct child of form, so one space. If we have something inside this div or something like this, let's say we have a div element. So what is the rule that we need to follow? If label is starting from here and label is closing here. Okay, so label doesn't close. We don't have a closing label tag. Okay, fine. So label starts here and div is starting here. Oh, okay, sorry. So we have this closing label tag over here, and yeah. So what we need to do, div is a child of label, right? So what I need to do, I need to add a space so that we understand that label starts here, label closes here, and we have a div element inside the label. So now it is easily understandable. This way we can easily identify where the document element starts and where it is closing, right? Where is the closing tag? And then so that we don't make any mistake, and it is much easier to understand the structure when we directly see. Right now we just have 30 lines of code. But in production, we will have 300, 400, 600, 2000, 3000 lines of code. So it will get so much complex, and if you don't follow these small steps, you will make life miserable for yourself and for any other developer who is working on the website or a project which you have earlier worked on. That will leave a bad impression of your coding practices. So don't make those mistakes. Just use these simple tricks or tips, we can say. And related to emit, I just gave you one example of boilerplate, but there are so many other shortcuts that you can use using emit functions. So you can just Google emit shortcuts, and you can have a list of shortcuts and all those things. We will be slowly using those in our future advanced tutorials in CSS, or while we are writing our programming a code or something like that. But for now, you just know one trick of emit, and we now understood why spacing is important. And third tip is always add comment to your code. See, if this is heading, I'll add a comment. So how to add a comment? Comment shortcut is click on Control and /. It will add a comment. So if you are using Mac, then we have command and /. So right now, I can just simply click on Control and /. Here, this is a form, or let's say contact form starts here. Or if there are multiple contact forms, we can say customer contact form, and then vendor contact form, and then partner contact form. Some comments so that it is easily understandable. Okay, whatever the code comes from here onwards, it is related to customer contact form. Or if you write some particular function or code, this will submit data to XYZ app, because this is a form and we are sending the data to some other application, third-party application. So we are writing it that this is going to submit data to XYZ app or something like that. Some reference or some commenting is good, considered as a good practice, so that it is easily, your code will be easily understandable by any other developer who is working. So because the files won't be so small like this one, this is just for practice, this is nothing here. So the files will be very large, like let's say 100, 200, 300 or 800, 1000 lines of code. So you'll be creating 20, 30, 40 sections in a single page. So it will be very tough to scroll and understand and read. If I want to just go to my contact form, why will if I add this comment called as contact form, and if I submit this file to some other developer, he might directly go and search for this contact form comment and then click and update this code or snippet. Else, if I don't do this, what he or she will do is they will have to read the code from start to bottom and understand where exactly the code snippet is, and then they will have to make changes. So it will be huge time loss for them as well. So that it is best practice. It is very simple. It doesn't take much time. So start using this comment feature so that you can refer whenever you create a section. Just add a comment mentioning that this is this section, this is the footer section, this is a header section, this is a sidebar, this is a contact form, so that it is easily understandable by any other developer who is working on the project. And also, let's say if you come back after 1 year or 2 years, and if you have to change anything, even you will have to learn from start to end. You will forget everything what you have written, and you will have to analyze everything from scratch. So it is better that you leave a comment, so that once you come back to edit something, you can easily navigate to the comment and edit the particular snippet. So this was the third tip And the fourth tip is always use small case, avoid hyphens, instead use underscore. So let's say if we created this HTML form and we had to assign some IDs, right, for ID, and we had to use customer name. So don't use hyphen here. It still works, but I recommend you not to use hyphens. Just use underscore because it's a good practice, and in future while we will be learning JavaScript and Python, you will understand why exactly this is the good practice that generally all the developers use. But for now, just trust me and just use hyphen. Just don't use hyphens and use underscores and small casing. Don't use cap casing because there are several reserved words, and while writing program or there are some things that has to be written in cap casing. So it is best practice that always use short small case, and there is a concept called as camel casing. So you can use camel casing as well, or use hyphens, use underscores. And yeah, always use small case and then underscores. This is the fourth tip, and the fifth tip is use a W3 validator. See, this is a code that we have written, okay? So if I want to check whether this is up to mark or not, up to mark with the standards of W3, up to the W3 is an organization which manages, the rules and regulation of how this HTML has to be written throughout internet. So if I want to validate whether I have written right HTML or not, or if there is any errors present in my code, what I need to do is I just need to go to validator.w3.org. This is the website, validator.w3.org, and you can add the URL and click on check, or you can upload the file, HTML file, and click on check, or the third option I recommend you is directly paste the code over here. Whatever HTML code you have written, copy the entire code. I'll copy this entire code and go to my validator screen, paste it, and I'll check whether this particular code has followed the W3 standards or not. We have followed the standards, but we got 4 errors. Error warning 1 warning, and 3 errors. What are the errors? Let's go ahead. So this is the use case. When we test our code, it tells us that, okay, these are the not so good, or this is the error that this particular HTML file has thrown. So the first thing is warning. Warning is nothing but consider we need to use language attribute to our HTML, right? Save it, and if I copy this entire code now and paste it, click on check. Now that warning has gone. We have now 3 errors. Now I can go ahead and check one by one what exactly is the error. The first error is form, second error is form, third error is text area. So the first error in the form is for attribute action on element form. What is the element? Form. Form is the element, attribute is action. Action is empty. Whenever we write a code for form, we don't leave this attribute empty at all. It's not a good practice because we need to tell the code where exactly this form data has to go. But right now we are learning HTML, so this action attribute doesn't make sense if I explain you right now. So I had intentionally kept it blank, right? So later on in our future series where we'll be learning JavaScript or we'll be learning Python, I will definitely show you how to use this action attribute. The second error is bad value for attribute name. Bad value for attribute name. We can name this particular form. This is customer sign up form, something like that. We can name it so that we can refer it later on. And then, okay, this is good that I came across this error. And third thing is attribute value is not allowed on the element. Okay, so we have added value attribute for text area. Let me go scroll down and see text area value. Okay, so we don't need value attribute here. So save it. Not allowed on element text area. So on text area, we don't have value attribute. We should not have any value attribute, right? So these are the three things. So let me copy the complete code now and paste it here and check. Let's see if we removed some error. Yes, we have successfully removed. The action tab, obviously we couldn't remove because I don't think this is right time for me to explain you how this action attribute works. So obviously this is an error, but we will solve that error once we enter into our programming tutorial, right? Not now. So always try to check your code using this URL, right? Or any HTML validator online if it is available. So these are the few tips and best practices that you need to make sure that you start implementing one by one while you are practicing, so that you don't miss out on important stuff. So let me add it here under div. Let me add a comment and paste these points. Okay, so I'll share this folder as well, complete folder with all the code and these reference assets as well, and attach it with this lecture so that you will be able to easily practice it or refer it. Come back here and practice or refer, whatever you want to explore. So finally, congratulations, you have completed HTML series successfully, and thank you very much for your patience. So that you have came so far till here. And what is my advice is, don't stop here. You have completed your introduction to web development successfully. HTML is an introduction, definitely. And the very next stage is you need to start learning CSS. Once you complete HTML, now the second step is you need to learn CSS. Because we now know all these elements and how to use it, but we don't know how to style those elements, how to do animation stuff, some little bit of animations and intro, outro animations, or some, just to make it look more beautiful and presentable, we use CSS. And then once we complete CSS, we will be learning JavaScript. Or before JavaScript, we will be learning Bootstrap. Don't worry, you don't have to understand, or this is not an introduction video for all this, but I must say that I'll be very soon launching CSS course. In fact, I'll start recording this CSS lectures from tomorrow itself. So if it is already launched, I'll be adding a link in the description. If not, you can ask me if the CSS course is launched or not. Okay, so we will, in CSS as well, we will have a very detailed steps. We will have several chapters. We will cover almost all concepts in CSS so that you can easily implement styling to any element in HTML. Right? So thank you very much for watching. Have a great day, and I hope you have learned HTML very nicely. I request you to go ahead and practice it by yourself again and again so that you are very familiar with all these elements and how to work with these elements, and be ready for our CSS course, right? So thank you very much for watching. Have a great day. We'll see you in the next video. Thank you.